Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. I'm CJ, and I'm late, and I apologize. but I was working on this new scene. Oh well, apparently, the thing is gone. Well, give me a second. This thing. Who's that? It's me. It's CJ, the person who runs this channel and streams on this channel. It's me. I'm here. Hello. Yeah, I was setting up this angle. So this angle was supposed to be for the co-working stream. So we could sit here while we're working. You get to see me typing on my keyboard, all that good stuff. But it took me so long to get the right camera angle, get the right lighting. And then the other thing is this morning, I changed where my microphone is, and I changed some settings. It should sound better. I don't know if if you can tell, but it should sound better. Because I also like my desktop computer is now in a different spot. My laptop is way over there, so we shouldn't run into the issue of you hearing the fans from my laptop or the fans from my streaming computer. Things should be better. And I messed with my blue screen and chroma key settings, so I think I look a little bit better. I think I look more pale than usual, but that just has to do with my camera settings. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the test, isn't it, Brofar? We're going to spin up Docker. But is the laptop plugged in? It is, yeah. So I basically have a big long cable, a big long HDMI cable, a big long audio cable, a big long USB cable. I'm pointing this way. And then now the camera that used to be the top-down view, now it's right here. So I need to get another camera so that I can do you can see my hand gets cut off. So that I can do the top-down view. But you know. And then this background you're seeing isn't what I play. Like I made a whole app with a bunch of different cinemagraphs and a bunch of different backgrounds. But it wasn't working. I don't know. Well, yeah, I changed where the mic is. The mic should sound better. Should sound better. Oh, I mean, there should be no discernible difference in the audio between this view and the other view. No discernible difference. It should be exactly the same. Exactly the same. It's the exact same audio source. There is? How is that even possible? I mean, I don't want to debug it because we're gonna be here all day. Oh, it's louder in this view? You can also see my belly a little bit from this angle. There's no reason it should be quieter on this view. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Yeah, no, I mean, I shouldn't worry about it. I shouldn't worry about it because, like I said, we're gonna be here all day. It doesn't matter. You're not even gonna see the other view. This one is louder. Well, that's good because you can. There's no way. There's no way. So I have the only audio filter I have is a limiter with -3 decibels. I mean, honestly, I shouldn't worry about it. I shouldn't worry about it. And then over here, the only difference is that this has the nature background. No, it's the exact same audio source. There's no other filters on this one. Yeah. I should stop worrying about it. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Glad to have you. Yeah. But also, I think I look better. I think the blue screen looks better. I think I sound better. I don't know. Let's do a poll. better? Yes. No. What? Let's do a 5-minute poll. And I'll tell everyone what we're going to be working on today, which I also really didn't even have a chance to work on. And along with Chris, thank you very much for the 19 months. And thank you for all the follows. New people following, appreciate you. Welcome in. Okay, we are going to be working on an app called Fresh Spots, which is a thing we've been doing for a couple of months now. And Fob, thank you very much for the 2 months. The top view isn't there because the camera is over here. I need to get another camera to put back up there. Well, the top down view is going to come back. Yeah, we should be working on features today. I mean, if you were here last week, we were working on slugs for lists, and we didn't finish that. So we'll probably start that. Honestly, that might be the only thing that we work on. Yeah, season 3, episode 21. Here's all the links. So you can check out the GitHub repo there. You can check the YouTube playlist of all of the VODs here. Though I don't think, yeah, part 13 isn't on the list, but it should be today. I'll try to publish it today after the stream. But this is an app where users can create and share lists of places to visit. And the idea is you can log in, and then you can create a list, and then you can add points of interest to that list. So you could, for instance, create a list of all of the best pizza places in your city. Yeah, the audio view. There's no audio typically in the top-down view. Yeah. No, we're on episode 13. This was meant to be like a 2-day project, but ultimately, this project has been an exploration of Deno and Fresh. So, Deno is an alternative runtime for JavaScript. It is, a modern runtime for JavaScript and TypeScript. It is, it's nice, and it's made by the same creator as Node, but with some other features, some security by default features, supports TypeScript out of the box, that kind of thing. And then we're also using this next-gen web framework called Fresh, which is built on top of Deno. It's built to run on Deno. And this uses a technology called Preact, which is basically just React, but has some cooler stuff in it. But if you know React, you know Preact. And there is no build process in this, which is very different from pretty much any TypeScript or React app you've ever worked on in the JavaScript Node.js world. No build step. Everything is rendered just in time. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, and in general, I think JFailWeb is saying it's a great idea for road trips. Yeah, I think in general, if we can get this thing working, it's cool features, right? You go to a city that you don't know about, and then you could pull up a list, and it has like places to visit, that kind of thing. Because people do this informally, and there might be, I think there actually is a product out there that does something like this, but it's fun to work on. And I'll show you what we got so far. Actually, I haven't even tested the deployed site. The deployed site might be broken. I mean, the layout is broken. Fresh, I mean, you could think of it like Next.js. It provides a similar tool set and project structure like Next.js, but it's different because there's definitely a build step in Next.js. Also, Next.js has serverless functions, and I mean, I guess technically we have an API folder, and probably our functions can get deployed as serverless functions. I don't know, but this is more similar to Next.js is what you can think about. Yeah. But it is, I would say it's with more of a focus on server-side rendering, because like with Next.js, it's a hybrid approach where like the initial render will be server-side rendered, but then after that it behaves like a single-page application. You don't get that with Fresh. Fresh, everything is server-side rendered. And then if you want any sort of interactivity, it has this idea of islands, and those islands can have JavaScripts. So here, I'm going to log into the app. And then I was working on this list called Best Parks in Denver. If I click Edit, maybe it'll work. It works. Wow, it works. So it loads them up, and then you can see all of the parks on the map. And this is about as far as we've gotten. So you can add new spots. You can click on a spot to edit the name and the description. And then if you want to add a new spot, right now I'm in the edit view. So we could add, for instance, Sloan's Lake, which is a park here in Denver. We'll add a spot right there. Sloan's Lake. I'll update this later. Add it. Boom. And so now it's in the list. And then what we were working on last time is making it so that we store a slug for the list. So right now we have this big, long, ugly ID, but we want to be able to share a link with someone so that they can actually see this view, because right now you cannot share this view with anyone. So that's really what we want to work on next. And actually, where did that... Wasn't there? Oh, it's way out here. This one I want to delete. And also, we need to add the feature to be able to delete a spot, because we were just testing, and that one shouldn't be there. But this is the app for the most part. The really feature that's missing right now is being able to share the list. And then we also want to have social features, so you can have like a public profile that shows all of the lists you've created. Right now, only you can see the list you've created. So yeah. A directed graph between spots. Well, I mean, that's like stretch features, because eventually we could have like a tour feature or something like that, and it creates an itinerary with directions from one spot to the other, that kind of thing. So yeah, quick is fine. It's fine. That's my thoughts on it. Pretty much any of these server-side rendering hybrid frameworks I don't really use a lot of. So like I've barely written Next.js apps. Barely. I mean, I've written a couple. And then we've been working on Fresh, which is server-side render. But like Quick is even more of a hybrid, because it loads your JavaScript even more optimistically. So it seems fine. No, I didn't say it's bad. I said it's fine. I typically I don't know. It's fine. We don't for whatever reason, we don't have a delete button. We need to add some delete buttons. But what is nice is, so last time we had like 100 to-dos sprinkled throughout the code, because there's all these places in the code where I am considering it tech debt. Like, these things need to be refactored. They need to be done better. And so the last time we streamed, I didn't really write much code. We took all of that, put it into this Trello board, so that we can more easily manage what we're actually working on. And if you look in the GitHub repo, there's this, I'm calling it the devlog. Basically, before last time, the only way we were deciding what to work on is just, we had a README with a bunch of checkboxes. And this is fine, because I'm the only person working on this. But in the real world, you use some sort of project management tool like Trello or Jira or something else like that. And so last time we spent a good bit of time taking all of our to-dos, all of our stuffs, and putting it here so that we can more easily choose stuff to work on. So today we're still working on this one, which is, as a list viewer, I want a good looking URL to click on. So, and then as a list creator, I want a link that I can share with others. Really, like, these two are very, very related. And so that's what we're going to work on today. I want to be able to take this, create a link, share it with someone, allow them to get there. And then also it'll be a nice looking link. Instead of this big, long, ugly ID, it'll have what's known as a slug, which is like basically the title, but with no spaces and all lowercase. That's the plan for today. That's what we're going to work on. We're using Postgres as the database. And if you take a look at the GitHub repo, it has a link to the library we're using for database access. Yeah. The drop game is behind me. You know, I adjusted the locations of stuff. I guess it usually was on top of me like that. We'll put it back on top. It's fine. Yeah. So that's the plan. Welcome in, everyone. I saw lots of hellos and lots of red chats, lots of new people here. I appreciate you for being here. Let's say hi to everyone, and then we'll start writing some code. Also, I probably should just merge this pull request. I don't think this changes much. What's up, Distances? Well, welcome. I was like, what are you typing? And you're like, oh dear. And then you said, hi. Welcome in. Oh yeah, I mentioned wasn't going to merge this because you changed the formatting. So, but if you're here, American 2050, please fix the formatting, and I'll try to merge that thing. All right. Um, I need to blow my nose, and then we'll say hi to everybody. Give me a second. Hello. Okay, I'm back. Um, let's say hi to everybody. Okay, welcome in. If you want me to say hi to you or acknowledge you, you can say hi, hello, hello, hey, yo, cheers, greetings, hi, what's up, morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day, coding, hiyo, vohaya, or boga, hey. Say any one of these things, and I will notice you. Also, if you're new to coding, this thing up here is known as a regular expression. So if your message matches this regular expression, I will see it. So here we go. We're gonna go back in time to 53 minutes ago. I'm so late. I'm so late to stream today. So the Shivas was the first person to say hello. Welcome in, the Shivas. Glad to have you. What's up, Mark and Coder Mudahai and Cesar and Limitless95 and Saluhadin and Prawin and Killer and Limotes and Oscar and Ryan and what's up? It's Media and Wodude and W Coolers. Welcome in. Glad to have you. What's up, Tabino and Lamac and J Felly Web and Kotek and Java Dead and Bacon Partner and Peter and Macaroni Pizza Pie and HTTP 404 and MDS Ubuntu and Mendez and Woodsiger and Wildcard and Pathfinder Zero and Crypod and Distant Sense and Mr. Whiskers and Enzo and D Denzir and Word and TGMR Mr. P and Ollie and Fab and Arpats and Sequel Gordster and 50 Bytes of John and Retrovert and Namslam and Anel and Tanner. Welcome in, Delta Time. Hello, everyone. There are so many new people today. Where did you find me? Why are you here? What's up, Aradius? So many new people. What's up, Lucky Geochan and Zed? Front page? So I guess, like, I mean, I'm not on the front page, but, like, recommended. Just recommended? Huh. Well, thank you, Twitch. It's about time. No, I'm just kidding. Arpat sent you all? And what's up? Oh, yes, and Zed. Welcome in, everybody. Glad to have you. Cool. All right. Yeah, and welcome in, Noswag. Yeah, a lot of people have mentioned they like my stream for like co-working. They'll just leave it on in the background. I'm a teacher. I have a YouTube channel. I teach mostly web dev stuff. And then the app that we're working on today is not exactly beginner friendly. There's a lot of more advanced stuff that we're doing in this code base, but I do my best to explain everything. And if you have questions, you're more than welcome to ask. I'll do my best to answer your question, to describe what I'm doing and all of that good stuff. And thank you, Whoop. Okay. First of all, we need to start up Docker, and then we can test to see if my new setup actually, if my new setup is doing anything for us. I have built some games, yeah. So more specifically, the Coding Improv series. They're like tiny little games. They're not like full featured games. They're very simple games. But Coding Improv is a show we do every now and then where I get a bunch of random suggestions from chat, and then we figure out how to make something using those suggestions. And most often it turns into a game of some kind. So if you check out that GitHub repo, there's a link to a bunch of like the things that we've built. Let's see. Can I show a game? I mean, usually they're like really like this. This is so weird. This you could barely call this a game. But basically it presents you with a little MacBook, and then you click on it, and then you get points for the thing that you click on. And if you get butter, you get more points. This game. Oh, and I think if you get rainbows, you get more points too. Yeah, and that's Bonsai from Kit Boga. And then when your battery dies, you lose the game. it's a completely pointless game. We also made this retro Deno waffle jump game, which is kind of like the game that is in Google Chrome whenever you don't have any internet. It should it slowly gets faster. It'll get to a point where like I can't play it. But both of these things I built on stream. And the interesting thing about them is typically I use purely web dev technologies. So what you're looking at right now are literal DOM elements. So if you know anything about JavaScript and web development, these are literal divs and images that we're using JavaScript and CSS to actually move across the screen as time moves forward. So we didn't use any sort of like Canvas framework or anything like that. And then this one, I don't even know why I'm talking about. It's fun. Welcome in, everybody. I'm glad to see all the new people. But this is called Overbrewed. Oh, we can test the sound too, because that's the other thing that's in the new in the setup. Yeah, you can hear it's a coffee shop. So this one gives you an order, and then you have to choose. You have to send the order in the order that it came in. So, and if you look at the little mug, I can turn it down too. It gives you can see that it's in there. So sugar, coffee, water, ice. So I don't know. These are like the kinds of games that I've built. I haven't built any sort of like platformer or anything like that. Okay. Thank you for your question. Also, for all the newbies, check out the frequently asked questions. I talk about a ton of stuff there. Not to send you away from the stream, but there's a bunch of frequently asked questions in there. And that is one question I don't have answered in the frequently asked questions. I made my own Wikipedia style. So if I search Wikipedia for like JavaScript, you can see that it looks cool. It looks cooler than your Wikipedia, maybe. I don't know. But it's because I wrote a custom style. It's called Wikipedia Clean Dark Green. And if you install this extension called Stylus, you can install this custom style and it'll be applied whenever you go to Wikipedia. Though there might be a bug in it right now. I don't know if nobody's mentioned it, but I think it might not only apply to Wikipedia. I need to fix that. But user styles are really cool. You can search this website and people have created custom styles for all kinds of websites like GitHub and Discord and Twitter and Instagram and YouTube. And if you install these, then with this extension called Stylus, don't install Stylus, then you'll see that. Yeah. I've never heard of Stylebot. And if you're getting an ad, I'm not saying anything important. Interesting. I've never seen this extension. That's pretty cool. So we'll give everyone a second to see those ads. And if you're not getting an ad, sub with Prime, make a one-time donation. Really, I mean, the easiest way to support me is just sub on YouTube, follow over on Twitter. And I do have some merch. I'm not wearing any today. I'm wearing a flannel shirt. I wanted to go for like, fall vibes. I realize it's not fall everywhere in the world, but it's fall here where I am. I don't have a crypto donation link, no. Thank you, BTRSL. Let's get started. So I have Docker running. I'm going to stop any of the other containers that are running because my PC has been struggling. My MacBook has been struggling. And, I was wondering, why now? Why is it now that my MacBook is struggling with everything? Or as it didn't used to? And I think it's because I upgraded to whatever the latest Mac is, Mavericks. And I was on Mojave for a very long time, but for whatever reason, or Monterey. Monterey is the latest one. My MacBook, it's a 2015 MacBook Pro. It does not handle Monterey very good or very well. Yeah, Monterey, which is unfortunate because it's like, so Mojave worked really well, but the last time Mojave got updated was in 2021. And there are a couple of unpatched vulnerabilities. They don't seem like vulnerabilities that I would be affected by, but still. Apple isn't pushing new security updates to Mojave anymore, so I can't really just reinstall Mojave. I've thought about the new MacBook. I might get the Mac Mini. For now, having my laptop on the other side of the room works just fine, for as far as I can tell. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to spin up the database. So we have a Docker Compose file that has the Postgres database inside of it. And when I spin it up, it's good to go like this. And then we just run Deno locally. So Deno is not running in a container. Our database is up and going. And then if I do Deno task start, that will start up Deno, and then we can visit our app. Like so. Let's zoom out. And honestly, let's fix the layout. You can see that this thing isn't centered anymore. Let's find that that story that talks about the layout being broken. Let's fix that before we do anything else. Yeah, fix layout for non-dashboard pages. The other thing is, if you've ever used Kanban or Scrum, you know that this doing column typically is supposed to limit the amount of work in progress, meaning we should set a limit. Like, we shouldn't have more than 3 things in the doing column. So we're gonna fix this bug right now. Layout styles for non-dashboard pages. Let's get into it. Yeah, it's true, Oscar. Like we literally had we had like 5 different things running. I think that's another thing that I need to fix is right now all of my overlays. So the drop game, this Electron app, the chat overlay here. Look at that, I can point. The follower and sub count, all of those are like tiny little apps that I wrote. That are all running on my MacBook right now. And really what I could do is just host them somewhere else so my Mac doesn't have to do the work of that. But I mean, look, like my CPU is only using 15% right now. But yeah, welcome in, Cramiac. This code is open source. You can see the GitHub link there. All of the past episodes are there. Let's write some code. And I'm gonna go into focus mode. I'm gonna try my best to like just get this feature done, and then I'll come out of focus mode so we can talk to chat as well. But this is what we need to fix. You can see that the image is no longer centered, and let's refresh ourselves, remind ourselves why that is. So if we look at the home page, index.tsx, this is where the login and everything else happens. It is using this layout component, and then that is loading the landing page component. If we look at the dev tools, put this down here so we can see that it's still not in the center. Let's inspect what's happening. Like, and the She-Boss, welcome in. Thank you very much for that gift. Appreciate you. But ultimately, it's because we have a flexbox, and then, so this main element is a flexbox, and then the content inside of it is not centered. So really, what I want is I want this main to have something like justify content center, and that would fix it. But the issue is if I do that all the time, then some of the other pages might break. So if we look at the layout, which is going to be in components and then layout. You can see here's that main component right now. And we have a prop on the layout that will set overflow hidden. That was another one of the things that we fixed. Can you do align self? I've honestly, in all my years of using Flexbox, I've never used align self. Let's try it. I mean, that would be ideal, right? Because then I don't have to modify the layout. That's what broke it to begin with, is there are multiple different pages that all use the layout, and we were trying to fix like this overflow issue, but in fixing it, it broke some of the other pages. But let's try that. Align self. This is going to be the landing component. So if we look in components and then landing, it is a little div. And so technically we have access to Tailwind, but I do not know Tailwind by heart, and I don't have the extension installed because of long issues that I don't want to get into. Oh, I guess margin auto would also work. Well, no, would it though? Because the parent is a Flexbox. And wouldn't it be MX auto, not MY auto? Let's see. No, that fixed it. You're totally right. Yeah. Easy. Okay, so that's fine. Let's test all of the other pages though. Yeah, MX Auto is what it is. So MX Auto just added margin left and right auto. Great. Let's take a look at our other pages and make sure that they are still good. Self-center would have been the align self-center. Good to know. Actually, I want to try it. Also, why is this hanging up? What's up, Kodaf? What do I recommend if you want to display different content in one section depending on condition? It depends on what you're using. So people typically use something like React.js or Vue to do kind of like conditional rendering like that. You also could just use plain old JavaScript. So if you have a web page that has some HTML elements on it and you want to do that, oh, the database is down. Oh, you know what? I might actually have been trying to connect to the production database. Let me fix that. Yeah, the laptop's too far away. It timed out. And also, I already know that my sound is lower on the screen. I'm not going to fix it today, but I'll fix that for another time. Welcome in, Maheen Julio. Glad to have you. So yeah, Kodaf, I don't know what you're using, but hopefully that helps you. Basically, you want some JavaScript to dynamically decide which element is displayed. All right, what are we doing? Let's look at my .env. Oh, yeah, that would make sense. And actually, I can, for the most part, I can show this. So one of the things I was doing to fix the fact that my laptop was overheating is I was using another computer as the Docker host, but now Docker is running on this machine, so I need to change it to localhost. So that should fix it. So I did that. Not npm, Deno. If we start it back up, should be good. Cool. Let's try again. Log in. I just doxed my IP. Okay, for a second I thought I didn't realize you were joking. It's a fun joke because if you don't understand local IP addresses, then wait. If you do understand local IP addresses, it's a funny joke. But this is a private or a local IP address, meaning there is no computer on the internet that has this IP address because this is reserved for local networks. So yeah, thank you for your joke, Oscar. Meaning I will only ever have this IP address like at my home because I'm on my router. This isn't like, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Send all your requests to localhost, and that will definitely reach me. Okay, this I want to fix because now, like, this actually should be towards the top of the top of the page instead of in the middle like this. So let's inspect it to see why this is happening, and then we'll try to fix it as well. So we've got the div, we've got the main, which is a flexbox, and then we've got the div inside of it. Which actually, I mean, that's going to be an easy fix. I think we can literally just remove item center, and then it won't do vertical center. Opposite. We'll remove, I'll see it when we get there. So this is the dashboard homepage. And then right now, let's remove justify center. Try it again. Yeah, that's cool. So we fixed that. Though, one of the things we fixed last time is once we had a bunch of lists. Once we had a bunch of lists in the list, this is a list, so this is a list of places. The scroll didn't work anymore, so let's just create a bunch of them. Just so we could see it in action. However, we do need to fix this bug. So this is actually a database error. Slug does not exist because last time we did a database migration which added the slug column to the list. But now that I'm running Docker locally, this database does not have that column. So I need to run my migrations. And so that's going to be Deno task migrate up. There we go. So now we should have the slug column. Try again. Great. So that created this test list. I mean, there's probably a better way to do this. Let's just to really show it. I'm just gonna copy paste this a bunch because I don't feel like putting a bunch of stuff into my database. But basically, if we take that div and then repeat it several times with some junk data, we can test the layout. There's a million better ways to do this, but I've already copy pasted and we're already going down this path. So I'm just gonna copy paste and then undo a bunch if it works. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Refresh. Yeah, that's what I want to see. Like, I want to be able to scroll when there are a bunch in the list. Cool, cool. Now we can just take this back to where it was. Cool. Now we're back to this, and I mean, this actually gets at one thing that we don't support yet, is like, you can't delete a list. I mean, yeah, you can't. You should be able to, but right now you can't. But that's okay. Okay, so that looks good, and then this page, so this is mainly why we were dealing with layout issues, because we really wanted the right-hand side over here to be like full screen. So you have a full screen map on the right, and then left-hand side is all of your spots that are in the list. But you can see how we have overflow on the left-hand side with this just stays where it is. So that's really why we had all of those layout issues, because we wanted this, but when we made it so that the parent layout component would allow that, it broke all of the other pages. But these are all of the pages that we have. Yeah, exactly, Cute Pony. If only there was like a map built into Preact that would have made that easier. So that looks good, and then the create page looks good too. I would call this bug fixed. This bug is very fixed, and I'm happy that we worked on it. Yeah, great. Look at that. We're getting things done. Done. We fixed the layout bug. Let's go ahead and commit our code. Also on this project, I'm doing my best to sort of have best practices, and to set a good example for all the newbies out there. Actually, this is a bug. I like to put emojis in my commit messages because it's fun. Fix layout issues on home page and dashboard. It didn't add everything. Yeah. What about conventional commit messages for more best practices? Expand on what you mean. I know there are people that try to use very specific verbiage and language whenever they're saying their commit message. Yeah, I've never been on a team that does that. But I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, like fixed colon is, I guess, the what do you call that? The pattern, the pattern that people follow. For the most part, I try to be descriptive in my commit messages. I mean, we can audit my commit messages right now. You can also, oh, I didn't push it up. Yeah, so like chore, fix, yeah. I've never been on a team that had like a set way of saying your commit messages. I try to be as descriptive and succinct as possible, but I probably should follow something. I don't know if there's a name for the standard of naming your commit messages, but typically I do that little bug emoji when I'm fixing a bug, and I do sparkles whenever I am adding a new feature. And then sometimes we just give up. We say, like, this is code. But here's the thing. If we look at this commit details, I'm guessing, yeah, 22 files changed. Basically, this whole app has been an existential crisis, because we set out to do one thing, and then 2 hours later, like, we've touched every single file, and it's not what we intended. So, yeah, fixed chore feature, conventional commits. Nice. I've never heard of the specification. I've seen some open source projects doing this, but it's good to know. It's good to know. I'm going to bookmark it, and I'll come back to it. Yeah, and somebody tried to create like an emoji commit message standard as well, but yeah, okay. I like conventional commits make sense. I mean, honestly, wait, did my app go down? Oh, it did, because I did the commit stuff. But I think I remember seeing that like in the Vue.js GitHub repo. Let's see. I assume any large open source project is doing something. Yeah, like chore. Yeah, look at that. Chore. That one didn't use it. Chore, release, fix, release, perf. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. A list of emojis and possible use cases. Oh yeah, and then that's the other thing is like, I mean, I always use Husky in my Node.js projects. I don't know if there's anything like it for Deno, or if we could get Husky working with Deno. But it essentially, before you run a commit, it runs code to make sure it runs pre-commit hooks to make sure that like your commit message is good, to make sure that you've run your linter and your test, all of that good stuff. Yeah, yeah, seems nice. I didn't. Thank you, It's Shulman. I totally forgot to start my break timer. Here we go. Let's go ahead and take a quick micro break, everybody. Take your hands off the keyboard. Do a quick stretch. Because we've... Time flies. I've been live for 52 minutes. I don't know. I think the longer I stream in terms of like span of time. So for a solid 2 years, I was only streaming 1 day a week. More recently, I've been streaming 2-3 times a week. And time flies. Time flies. We've been live for almost an hour now. Okay, great. Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate, Pablo. I mean, I think it's like once you get used to linting and testing and making sure you're doing everything that the way the project wants you to do it, it gets easier. But the reason all of those checks are in place is because they don't want to have a code review where they tell you to fix a thing that they could have automatically told you to fix, you know? So, yeah. Oh, thank you, Shulman. All right, let's go look back at our list. As a list viewer, I want a good-looking URL to click on. I think, like, technically we're mostly done with this because we're creating the slugs. We're just not actually using them. So let's actually use the slug. So right now, for instance, if I go to best spots in Denver, oh, the slug doesn't exist because this list was created before we did the migration. Okay. 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 What do we do? So, I mean, one of the issues is right now we don't have the ability to edit the title, but we could technically have like an edit form to edit the title, the description, and the slug. We talked extensively about this. We probably talked for an hour about how to handle slugs last time. So right now, the slugs are auto-generated. Yeah, when updating the list. The issue is we are not updating the list. So whenever we add a new spot, that's just inserting a spot into a separate table. It actually doesn't touch the parent list. So that's not actually happening yet, which would mean we would need to implement update to get that feature. Yeah, so that's probably the easiest thing to do, right? Xyrus is just wipe the database, and now any list we create will have a slug. So for example, if I look at test1, it shows me that the slug is test1. Okay. How many spots do you have, Oscar? So who here is actually using the deployed website? Because up until now, I thought it was just me, but you should have known that this app is in development and you're going to lose your data. I don't know. Yeah. So this is using a couple of things. So first of all, the base library we're using is a library called Leaflet. And Leaflet is really nice because it'll pretty much work with any map tile provider. And then they have their own JavaScript API for zooming, panning, adding points and stuff like that. So that's level 1. Level 2 is we're in a front-end framework called Preact, And in order to use the leaflet, we need some sort of bridge into Preact, and for that we're using a library called Preact Leaflet, specifically -ts, so that it works with TypeScript. So this library is a wrapper on top of Leaflet. That's level 2. And then the actual map that you're seeing, this is a custom map we created using Mapbox. What do they call it? Mapbox Studio. So Mapbox Studio is a product. It costs money, but they do have a free tier, which is what we're using right now, where essentially you can design your own maps. And you can choose, and that's how we got the custom colors, like the nice green font color. And I think that's pretty much the only one we customized. We forked a previous style that had like this nice dark stuff. And then so we created all of that in Mapbox Studio, and then they gave us a link which points to the map tiles. If you look at the leaflet documentation, they show you, like, when you're setting up a tile layer, you give it a URL that it can dynamically change or set to request the tiles on the map. And so we gave it the custom one that we created with Mapbox Studio, which gives us this nice dark map. So that's a thing. Technically, you could use Mapbox.js, which is a separate library that isn't Leaflet, but I don't know if we didn't even try that, because I don't know if there's like a Preact bridge for it, and then it was a bit of a pain to also get it to work with Fresh, because that was a thing as well. Yeah, and then there's also all kinds of stuff built in. You could do like image overlay and all of that stuff. Yeah, you could say it's that. Oscar has described it. When you query the database to pull up the list, if the slug is blank, generate one before you return the list. Yeah, the only issue is, like, this is only a problem because we've already been working on the data. Like, probably that would be the way to go. I'm just going to wipe the database. Anybody that's used it in production, you should have known. You should have known that you were going to lose your data. I'm going to wipe the database, because then it's a problem we don't even need to worry about. Because after that, every single list we create gets a slug by default. So here we go. Poor Oscar's going to lose his spots. I'm going to wipe the database. Your civil case. The other thing I'll do is I'll actually combine these migrations. So if you're newer to database migrations, typically migrations describe how your database changes over time. And this does that. So we have our initial migration, which created all of our tables, the user table, the spot table, the list table, all of that. And then as we were working on features, we realized that we wanted this slug column. So if this app was in the real world and people were actually using it, and this was a change we wanted to make, I think it would make sense to have this as a separate migration file, and we implement all of the features that people have been talking, not features, but the fixes people have been talking about, because before this, the slug column didn't exist. So we would need to add code that creates it if it doesn't exist, on update, all this extra stuff. And I don't want to do that. And this is early days, so I'm actually going to put this column addition in the initial migration and then just drop the entire database. So I'm literally going to delete this migration, and then in the initial migration where I create the spot list table, we'll add the slug. And apparently it's already in here. When did I add that? Did I add this last time? Is there a git blame? Who did this? Who wrote this code? I don't know how to do it. I mean, obviously I wrote this code, but I don't remember when I wrote this. But that's fine. This is actually what we wanted, because the initial migration should add the slug. All right. So now what we can do is migrate down, which the first migrate down will just completely break because I deleted that file. Oof. All right, let me put the file back. Give me 1 second. Okay. That would migrate to remove the slug column. And then if I migrate down again, it'll drop all of the tables because now we're back at the base migration. So now we're at the base. And then now I can delete this. Is your spot's fighting back? Yeah. So I can delete that, and now if we do the initial migrate up, that'll just create all of the tables, but we have, at this point, we have no data. If I refresh this page, well, I'll need to start the app back up, but if I refresh this, it should just kick me out because that user doesn't exist in the database anymore. Yeah, it just kicked me to the home page. I'll need to re-log in, which will recreate the user and the social profile in the database, and now we can start creating our lists. Yeah, I absolutely could have just dropped the database and then went from there, but I don't have an easy way to run commands against the database. I mean, technically, I could have spun up a shell that connects to this Docker container, and then I could have run Postgres commands. I didn't want to do that, so this is good. We've achieved the same thing. It essentially dropped all of the tables and then recreated all of them. Okay. Yeah, but now we're at a point when I create a list like best parks in Denver, all the parks I love to visit. Now it has a slug, best parks in Denver, and so this slug is in the database. Let's change it so that we're using the slug instead of the ID. And also, now that I'm thinking about it, we don't need to use a global unique identifier ID for these lists either. I'm gonna even change that. We're changing everything. We're dropping all the databases. We're changing everything. The ID, I don't want it to be a UUID anymore. I want it to be a just a regular plain old auto incremented ID. Because it's like before, my thought was, all right, the link that people are going to click on is going to include that UUID, but that's long and ugly anyways. So here we go. We're going to get rid of it. And I have this helper for creating the tables that if I don't pass in false here, it creates an auto incrementing ID column. So let's drop the database again. Down, down, up. Well, that makes sense because the foreign key constraint for spot is no longer UUID. This should actually be integer. Do we have UUID anywhere else? We don't. Okay. There we go. Yeah. Thank you, Veeb. You got it. Basically, so a spot is an individual like point of interest, and then that relates back to a list. But before, that foreign key was a unique a UUID, and now it needs to be an integer. Great. The other thing we'll do is we'll change our table definition. So these migrations create the tables, but they don't have any relation to like a model or anything like that. We're using a query builder, not an ORM. So now in our table definitions, like the spot list table, ID should be a generated number, not a generated string. Like that. And then ID is a number. Cool. And then on the spot table, its spot ID should be an integer. Or sorry, its list ID should be a number. Like this. All right. I think that handles everything. Let's see. And we've written the code in such a way, I think, that now the redirects in the URL should still work, but now it'll have a number instead of a UUID. I mean, we can specifically look at like dashboard lists edit, and then it is expecting params.id is a string. That's fine. That's fine. But if we go to the actual find one function, yeah, so this is just a TypeScript error. Technically, it would still work, but really, we want this to be a number. So that way, when we query for the list by ID, that still works. but then this is going to break, but we should parse it into a number here, like that. Okay, this is it for real this time. All right, log in. Cool, create a list. Best parks in Denver. All the parks I like to visit. Create. Nice. List edit 1. It's already a nicer URL. Another list with exactly the same name should add a 2. Oh, well, this is the only one in the database now. Yeah, and it does. Yeah. Well, that's the logic that we implemented last time. So if I create another list called Best Parks in Denver, this will have a slug of... the way we're doing it is we do -- and then a number. So, yeah, we handled that so that the slug auto increments an ID, and so that way they don't conflict. Cool. Thank you, Avalanche. I haven't worn this shirt in a while. It's actually a little bit too small for me. You can see the buttons are... but okay, so we got our list. Now I want to be able to navigate to this list by its slug instead of by its ID. So if I do list/edit best parks in Denver, that should do it. Let's take a quick stretch. Yeah, no worries, Ro. I mean, this is technically like episode 14 or something. I don't expect anyone to go back and watch all of them. I mean, you could. You technically could not that. But there's a YouTube playlist that has all of the past streams on it, where I explain everything from the beginning. But I mean, this doesn't tell me how many total hours this is, but it's a lot. It's a lot of past work. Okay. Invalid input syntax for integer nan. And that's because of this right here. Let's fix that. Yeah. Glad to hear that, the Shibas. All right, what is this, Oscar? Oh, the share API for the client. Yeah, we'll do that eventually. Yeah, we'll have a button to say share. That'll pop that up, and then you can share that link with somebody. Okay. I think really what I want to do is this. I want to do this. ID is that. And really the slug is like list or ID. And then if is nan, if that ID is nan, then it's technically a string. Like this. Yeah, I don't... So here's my thought. If it's a number, we're going to find that list by ID. If it's a string, we're going to find it by... or attempt to find it by slug. And already, like, we're not even handling the not found case, which we should. Ooh, okay, that's what we're going to work on right now. Do we consider that to be these stories? Yeah, because you want to link. I mean, really, we should probably add a... We're just going to add a bug that we're working on. Attempting to edit list ID or slug does not show a not found message. We're going to work on that right now. And this is a bug. Because, first of all, you saw that, like, right now, if I do this, it's a type error because it's trying to cast that number. But even if I did like list edit 2 as a number, like list edit 42, I know that one doesn't exist. Wait, what just happened? Just take us to Twitch. List edit 42, I mean, it technically does say list not found, but we really should actually like redirect and render a 404 page, because I do believe this is like a 200 status code. If I try loading this. Yeah, it's a 200 status code. Technically, this should be a 404. So let's fix that. So list, which is of type unknown, starts off as null. And then if the ID was a number, then ID is a number, not that, is a number or a string. Yeah, just go home TypeScript. I mean, I know what I'm doing here. I mean, like technically, we'll do this. ID as number. And then if ID as number is nan, then we'll get there. Okay, so here's the idea. If it wasn't nan, it's a number, so use it. Use it as a number and try to find it. Like this. If it was nan, then that means it's a string, so we're going to create a new function called find1 by slug, and we're going to pass in context.params.id right here. And so that way we'll have another function that looks it up as a slug, and we'll have to define this. So we'll go over here where we have find1, and then we'll have find1 by slug. What happens if I called my list 2? Man, you're right. So, what's the best? I mean, we actually, I mean, the issue. I think the issue there. So if this tries to find it by ID and that ID doesn't exist for your user, then we could try to find it by slug. Yeah. And then a URL param, but I want a clean URL. Like I want to be able to do like list, edit, and then the slug. Okay, so we actually will never let you find by ID. We're going to settle on slugs now because you're totally right. That runs into a lot of potential collisions. Because like if you create a list with the name that is the ID number of some other person's list, then yeah, there's like conflicts. Yeah. So Deno still technically does type coercion. Like some of these type errors, I could technically ignore, but TypeScript is showing me those errors for good reason. Like there's a better way to code against it. So that we don't run into issues. Okay. Let's write this function. Find1 by slug. It's going to be very similar. I think I will like probably call find1 with it. Let me see. Is there anywhere else that I'm calling this function? I guess there probably is, like in the API functions. Go to references. So we call it once in our queries, and then we import it once there. All right. In this case, instead of list ID, it's going to be slug, and slug is a string. Now, we'll create ourselves a little query. So, select from spot list where slug is equal to slug. That's going to be our query. And then I want to call find1 with that query. And we'll pass the query in here. Here's the type. Select query builder from. Can I copy this? Oh, I can. Nice, nice. Query is of this type. And then we'll pass these through here. All of these need to come from Keasley. Oh, I'm already bringing in my dependency, so I can pull this in here. Keasley, cool. And this should be Keasley.select query builder, Keasley.from, and Keasley.db schema. Well, I guess DB schema is technically the type of the DB. Keasley DB schema. Yeah, so I think this I can just be DB? Okay, I hesitate because there's a lot going here. Yeah, so this at sign is an alias. This is just an alias for my source directory, so I don't have to do a bunch of like relative paths. Is this Keasley.from? No, where is... Let's go here. I just don't know where that from type is defined. From. Export. Oh, yeah, but it's a generic. Okay. I want this type. How do I find it? It's technically table parser? Let's see if it's smart enough to just find it. From. I mean, I don't want this import though. Can I do Keasley/parser or something like that? If you look at our dependencies, we've defined Keasley as this. I guess technically I could just put this in my import map as well. And then I could reference it from there. We were going down the path of not putting this stuff in import map because it broke certain things, but I think we're going to have to. So I can do that, and then this finds it from dist esm. And then over here I should be able to do Keasley/parser. Nice. All right. all selection. Does that come from the same spot? Yeah, and I will say like the reason I'm having issues like figuring out where this stuff comes from is because we're using Deno, and it does things in a very different way from node.js. So that's why. Okay, select all. Let's see where that type is defined. Yeah, and then where is all selection defined? Is in the select parser. Cool. And then DB schema specifically needs to be, well, both of these are type. Wait, what? Oh, it's not exported. They declare it, but they don't export it. Okay, here's my dilemma, and let me explain explain it to you. I want to create a function that accepts a query, so that I can have a find one by slug and then a find one by ID. Here's if you aren't following, this is basically what I want to be able to do. So find one by ID is going to look very similar. So we get the ID, which is a number, and then this does select from where ID equals ID. Great, but now these two functions can use the find one query. So then we would just return find one with that query. So now I can have one way of like selecting by ID, and then the other way is selecting by slug. Now, the issue is I need to be able to define this query type so that I can reuse it in both spots. Yeah, I guess technically I don't... Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course. I could put any. I could put the any type, and like these are gonna work, but then I don't get type completion down here. How would you do it, Ilku, instead of passing in the query? Any good recommendations for learning SQL? SQL Zoo is pretty nice. Okay. Yeah, I guess the tricky part here is, I mean, really, I guess I could, if I wanted to find the query in here without having to define the type, I could do something like, say we're going to pass in an object that has either slug or ID, where slug is a number. Sorry, slug is a string and ID is a number. Why did I need capital S string? That's not real, is it? Oh, not. I don't want the equal sign. I want the colon, like that. And then I could say let query will default to ID, and then if slug is defined, then we do this. The issue here is this is potentially going to complain because ID. Both of these are optional. But now I can do this, pass in an object that has slug on it. But yeah, then this complains. So now I don't have to define the type because like the type is inferred, so the return value here has that given type, and the type of both of these is the same. The issue is like if ID isn't defined, this complains, and then I can't just have. Actually, no, I know exactly what I can do. Oh, I know exactly. Yeah, I leave this off. And we'll say, yeah, this is it. So if ID is defined, then yeah, this is the winner. Okay, we got there. Then query is query.where ID. Otherwise, query is query.where slug. Like that. I don't want to do an or where because then I would be passing in undefined, and that seems like it could have some like weird side effects. Okay, but what we also need to handle is what if both chain the two wheres, the default, the slug, and then ID2. Sure, so you could pass in both. Yeah, why not? One thing is though, if slug isn't defined, and ID isn't defined, we're just going to throw an error. Slug or ID must be defined. Like that. All right, we reached. It took us a while to get there, but we got it. So now I have this function, find one by slug, where you can pass in a string, which is the slug, and then find one by ID, where you can pass in a number. Both of those reuse this function that has the other logic where we're querying also by user ID and whether or not it's published. And then, yeah, like technically we could give them default values. I don't even want to give them default values here. So yeah, the way we have this set up is we're basic. So I mean, this is a great example of the fact that this is what's known as a query builder. So we are building on that query, and essentially when we get to here, that's when we actually execute it against the database. But before that, we're basically like building up a big SQL query, like select from, where, this, that, and the other, all of that stuff. Now it's a SQL query, but it's just a SQL query. It's not doing anything. And then when this line of code runs, it executes the whole thing. So all of these conditionals will ultimately generate a different query that we execute at the end, but it only gets executed once. Yeah. Okay. Seems good to me. So now over here, we find one by slug, which I need to import instead of find one. And then that should work. Looks good to me. So one thing I'll do is in the on the dashboard, whenever you click edit, instead of linking by ID, I want to link to the slug. So now if I go to my dashboard, you see when I hover over it, the link is Best Parks in Denver, and then we get Best Parks in Denver. If I click this, Best Parks in Denver 2, this, Best Parks in Denver 1. Great. But now we need to fix this. This should actually return a 404. What's up, Jmode? Welcome in. What about SQL injection? This query library helps handles that as well. So Let's close the stuff we're not using. When you pass in an argument to this function where, that automatically gets escaped. So that gets a in any other query function. So there's like where, there's select. The library that we're using, Keasley, automatically escapes those. Essentially, anytime we call a function, those are going to be escaped. So that would prevent, so like if somebody passed in a slug as like an attempt at SQL injection, like close off the line, or like I don't know, craft some sort of SQL injection right here, and then like select star from users like this. Basically, this automatically gets escaped because it's getting passed into. Oh, I guess, does that make it a comment? Yeah, drop tables, whatever. And for those of you that have never heard of a SQL injection, this is what it would be, right? If a user tried to go to a URL that was like semicolon that drop table users, right? Right now it says list not found, which is a good sign. If it were to actually execute this code against my database, that's a SQL injection. But because this automatically escapes it behind the scenes, we don't have to worry about that. So we're good to go there. Okay. Here is where we potentially want to return not found. Now, I do believe there's a built-in function for like render not found. Yeah, context.render not found. And it should be in the version of Fresh that we have. Yeah, render not found, and then what is... Oh, I guess that's it. That's it. Okay, so if there was no list, then we do context. I can do this context.render not found. Okay, so now this actually takes us to the 404 page, and if we look at the network requests, this gets returned as a 404 not found error, which is what we want. So that's good. However, we need to fix this 404 page layout. So technically, we said this layout bug was done earlier. It's not. Let's fix the layout bug. But no, I'm gonna fix it now, Oscar. So that's good. So I mean, we're showing that not found message. We technically still need to fix the not found layout. So let's do that now. And it is here. So with Fresh, the way you handle 404 not found is you define a page called _404, and this is the thing that will get rendered. But you can see that it's throwing that alert in there. And I mean, really, I kind of want the layout to have flexbox flex direction row, because right now I think it's flex direction. No, flex direction column, because right now it's flex direction row. So if we look at our layout, main is flex, which is flex row by default, but I want to make it a flex column. Yeah, so I think that's actually another prop I want to pass into layout, which is make it flex column instead of flex row. Something like this. A Boolean. I can talk about that in a second, Lukey Dim boy, because there's some people here that are pretty much everyone is. Well, a lot of people have never heard of Deno or why it exists, so I can talk about that. Cool, and then flex column will default to false, because if we defaulted it to true, it would break all of our other layouts. So now on the 404 page, when we render the layout, we'll say flex column true. Beautiful. 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 Cool. So I can edit this. It's got the slug in. We're making progress, everybody. I mean, 30 minutes ago, I was like, we're not getting anything done, but we're making, look at this. We got beautiful slugs in the URLs. We got ourselves some, a nice, beautiful, like not found page. Heck yeah. What's up, Alka? Welcome in. Beautiful in quotes. I mean, it looks good to me. Okay, yeah, let's talk about Deno for a second. For those of you that are new to it, I mean, honestly, their homepage does have a lot of reasons like why you would use Deno, but there's some history here. So, Node.js is right now pretty much the de facto backend runtime for running JavaScript on a backend, and also it's used even in front end development for build tooling and stuff like that. Oh, it doesn't. We updated the block list to be the full domain. So if you have a new CDN URL, then we need to whitelist it. Actually, or allow list it. Let me give you the file that needs to change. You can make a PR. Here, and you can see cdn.alka and static.alka is there, but not r2.alka. Let's take a quick stretch, everybody. Oh, that's cool. I mean, that'll probably save you some money. I think I don't know what I'm talking about. It'll probably save you money. But yeah, so Node.js is the de facto way of writing JavaScript on a backend. It's been around for a while. Does anyone remember IO.js? Because that was around for a while as well. And actually, if you try to go to IO.js on Wikipedia, it redirects you. Let's see, it didn't link it correctly. IO? Yeah, so back in 2014, IO.js was a fork of Node.js, and for a while they were kind of like competing standards. So some people were using IO.js, some people were using Node.js, and then eventually they settled their differences and then merged into a single code base, and now Node.js is the de facto. Node.js was created by a person named Ryan Dahl. Is that on here? Creator? Developer? Original author, Ryan Dahl. But he's actually done he's done a conference talk that's on YouTube where you can see all of my recommendations, where he talked about things he would have changed if he was writing Node.js today. Let's see. 10 things I regret about Node. You can also see his original, hey, this is this cool thing that I built called Node, his original presentation from 10 years ago, which is, it's cute, right? It's so interesting to see, like, this person was like, oh, I've been working on this. Maybe some people will find it useful. And now there's entire industries that like would not exist without Node.js. But those two conference talks are pretty interesting. What's up, Trash Dev? Welcome in. Everyone click that link, drop a follow. Actually, I'll make it even easier for you. Click that link. You should see a link in your chat. Drop a follow. Trash Dev does lots of cool stuff over on his channel. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, these two videos, super interesting. They talk about, well, I mean, this is like the original, this is what Node.js is. And then this is a conference talk he gave that says 10 things I regret about Node.js. So Ryan Dahl, even the creator of Node.js, but he believes there to be some fundamental flaws with the way Node.js does things. So he started working on Deno. And one of the main things here, and honestly, this is one of the major pain points when working with it, at least right now, is the fact that it provides web platform functionality and adopts web platform standards. So you may have thought my code was a little bit weird in that we have the extensions on our imports here. And you might just be like, oh, well, you know what? You can leave those off. Well, actually, you can't. The reason you can leave those off is because bundling tools like Webpack and ESBuild and stuff like that, they take some liberties and they figure out what you mean. But according to the ECMAScript standard, that defines how modules should be imported and exported, you have to put the file extension on there. So that's one thing. What are you doing? Get out of here? What are you doing? That's like one thing. That you'll see. The other thing is like a lot of the things that are built in or that are in the web standards, like I mean, I guess an example would be like URL search params. This is a global object in the web standard, and also like URL, capital U URL. A lot of those things are built into the runtime. I don't know if those were the best examples. What are some other things that Deno does that is like web platform specific? Yeah, I mean the fact that you can't import CSS files, you can't do the type of module importing or build tool importing that you can do when you're working in a project that's bundled with Webpack or bundled with ESBuild or whatever else. Because those aren't part of the web, like importing a CSS file is not part of the web standard. It might eventually be, but it's not. And so you can't do that inside of Deno. And then, yeah, so anywhere there's a request or a response object, it uses like these are the ones from the web standard. Like if you look on MDN, the response object is defined within the web API, and when you're using fetch in the web browser, it's using this response object. So inside of Deno, it has the exact same API and works in the exact same way. If you contrast that with like Express.js and Node, they have their own custom types for handling all of that. People have written some like polyfills and bridges that will allow you to use these objects inside of like Node, but it's not supported out of the box. So those are some things from the web platform. And then the other interesting thing, and one of the things that I really like about it, is it's secure by default. So all of basically when you run a node.js script, it has full access to your computer. It has full access to your file system, environment variables, full access to the network. It has access to everything. Because Node.js is a program running on your computer, and it has access to everything. So one of the things they built into Deno are very specific permissions. So let's say you're downloading a dependency or you're running a script that somebody else wrote. If they don't explicitly tell you that, hey, I need file read-write permissions, or I need... Wait, what is that, Oscar? What am I saying? Oh, well, regardless. All of the things that that scripts might do, like read a file from the file system or access an environment variable, if you don't explicitly put those permissions when you run a Deno script, it can't do those things, and it'll throw an error and say, hey, this script tried to access the file system. So I like this feature. Some people have mentioned that like people are just going to enable anything anyways, but I think especially in enterprise and at larger companies where they really are strict about what certain scripts and dependencies can do, they're going to like this feature a lot more. Because, yeah, I mean, you may not know this, but anything you install from NPM in Node.js, any project running in your Node.js project has full access to your file system. So like, there's a package that like can control the volume of your computer. Is this the one? Yeah, and like anytime you do an npm install, any one of your dependencies can have like a post install script that like runs custom code. It can run bash, it can do kind of whatever it wants. Yeah, get and set sound volume. It's just a dependency called vol. Yeah, so like I mean, this is like a weird example, but you could install an npm package that whenever you run your code, behind the scenes, it could do this, and it could like mute your file system, or it could set the volume of your computer to be like full blast or something like that. Literally from just doing an npm install and then like importing that package into your project, because it has full access to the file system, whereas Deno prevents that. The other interesting thing is supporting TypeScript out of the box. So this project Fresh, or this framework Fresh that I'm using, doesn't have a build process, but that's really because of Deno. So with Deno, you can point it at a TypeScript file and it'll just run it. You don't have to set up a TS config. It basically supports TypeScript out of the box, and then we'll just run a TypeScript file that you throw at it. Behind the scenes, it still technically transpiles that TypeScript into JavaScript, but it's nice that you don't have to do that. You don't have to set up that build process yourself. There's a formatter built in, and then any of the common functionality that were in Node.js, it's in what are known as like built-in modules. So, like there's a path module for working with file paths. There's an FS module for working with the file system. There's a crypto module for doing cryptography stuff. All of that stuff is built into Node.js, and you don't need to install anything, right? You could spin up a Node.js script, import FS, and now you can access the file system. In Deno, all of that functionality is in what's known as the standard library, and this is more similar to how this works in other programming languages and other ecosystems. So if you want to access the file system, you literally have to bring in the standard library FS module. If you want to access crypto stuff, you bring in crypto from the standard library. And this is actually how they're achieving cross-platform compatibility or cross-compatibility with things that were meant for Node.js. So if a Node.js script, if you want to try to run that against Deno, for the longest time it didn't work, but the way they're supporting it now is Node is actually being implemented as a part of the standard library for Deno. So all of these scripts that depend on Node.js specific things can actually use Node from the standard library of Deno, and then you have like full cross-platform compatibility. Yeah. Oh, yeah, and that's the other thing. Like if you have a bug fix for the standard library, like a core node, and this would be synonymous with a core Node.js module, you can just fix it because the way that you bring in dependencies are through URLs. You can see I'm bringing in quite a few things from standard library. I'm bringing in path, .env, and then over here in my dependencies, let's see. I guess that's it, path and .env. But if there was a bug for whatever reason in the path module, I could literally just fork it and then pull my fork in instead. Some people say that and like this is another thing about the web standard is that when you import things, you import them from URLs. You can see in my project, the way I have all of my dependencies defined are in this import map or in this deps.ts, and then any other package that I'm bringing in, it's all defined in these two files, but then if I need to use it somewhere else, I just import it from those two files. A lot of people, when they first heard about that in Deno, they didn't like it because they're like, ooh, I have to import from a URL. But what you don't understand, or maybe what you don't realize, is that in the Node.js world, you're technically still importing from a URL anyways. Like when you do an npm install, it is downloading that from npmjs.org. And so this is just a bit more transparent to you. You can actually see where those dependencies are coming from. Yeah, so this is the equivalent of a package.json file. And they can come from multiple places. Like this is another concept that you'll use when you're working with Deno is this site called ESM, where they essentially take modules that are published on npm and they make the ECMAScript module version of them available, which is why you see some of my dependencies coming from ESM. Because if I were to try to include the dependency from Node, or from npm, they wouldn't be written as ECMAScript modules. That's the other thing that Deno is trying to fix. The Node.js world, at least for the longest time, was using a thing called CommonJS. That's the require and module.exports, which is non-standard, right? This is very specific to what Node.js does. But if you're running in a web browser, it supports ECMAScript modules, which don't use require and module.exports. So if there's a module published on npm that uses require and module.exports, you need a version of it that uses import and export instead, and ESM helps with that. So all of that to say, Deno's pretty cool. It does some cool stuff. And it's written in Rust, so they have the potential to have like really, really good performance as well. So that's the thing. At what point are the dependencies downloaded locally? They're cached. So when you run the app, there's probably like a way to clear the cache. Let's see. Deno clear cache. Yeah, so the first time you run a script through Deno, if it's pulling in things from a URL, it'll cache them once. And then any other time you bring them in, it'll use the cache version. Like, that's the other cool thing, because if I have two Fresh projects and they both have a dependency on Fresh, that only gets installed once on my computer. If I run a Fresh script elsewhere and it has the same dependency, it doesn't have to reinstall it. But this is where they're stored on my computer. I don't know how to delete them, though. Yeah, a lot of people are using it in production. I would say like the one issue you'll run up against is like community support for various packages, because there are various things that you might be used to doing in Node.js, and that library or framework, whatever you're used to using in Node, isn't necessarily supported in Deno yet. Which is one of the main issues, because you can't do all of the same things exactly yet. Like, eventually you will be able to, but they're not at a point where you can yet. But if the things you're doing are they work within Deno, and there are modules in Deno land that will work for you, then yeah, a lot of people are using it in production. Deno.dev is a Deno deployment platform, and there are a lot of companies that are using this to run Deno in production as well. So, okay, that was a quick aside and a fun thing. Did anybody learn something about Deno? Type 1 in chat if you learned about Deno. I think I did see some mentions of Bun as well, right? Let me see. You should try Bun. Well, Bun is very new, which is why people are typing one. Let's see them type one. Yeah, Bun is very new, and it's gonna take a while for Bun to even catch up with what Deno is able to do. I never said I hated Bun. I never did. It is just extremely new and is absolutely not ready for production. It absolutely needs a lot more work and a lot more community support. Which is it's gonna take a while. Like Deno, they've been working on Deno for like 3-4 years at this point. Like, when did Deno start? 2018 was the initial release. So, I mean, they've been working on Deno for 4 years, and it's taken this long to even get to a point where they're getting close enough to support to have like backwards compatibility support with Node. Bun has been out for like less than a year. And they've got a lot of work to do. I've talked about it in the past, but like if you look at their GitHub, you look at issues, they have their roadmap, and they still have a long way to go. Only 17 of 133 tasks. And I mean, even this is like high level, doesn't mention all of the intricacies and various implementation details that are going to need to happen. Just Bun is so new. That's the I never said I hated Bun. It's just really new, and like that's why it's so hard to even compare it to Deno, because it has such a long way to go. It has before it's going to really be usable. So, yeah. Seems like Deno isn't purely Rust. Well, like for example, I mean, like the modules in the standard library, a lot of these are just written in TypeScript, but the actual runtime itself is written in Rust. And they made an interesting blog post. I never tried it, but they made a blog post that was like how to implement your own JavaScript engine. Roll your own JavaScript runtime, and it's basically using the Rust module that they developed, so that using that module, you could technically build your own JavaScript runtime with Rust. Yeah. So that's a thing. I mean, it's funny to think about, but it's like you could probably using this, you could probably reach feature parity with what Bun can do. You know, I don't know. I should stop talking. Yeah. Okay. They showed, yeah, so that's the other one of the things that people are waiting for in the Deno world is Prisma, because Prisma is a really good one of the best object relational mappers for JavaScript and Node.js and TypeScript. But they support Deno deploy. I haven't tried it yet, but they released this recently where you can actually use Prisma inside of your Deno code. honestly, like if this support was there when we started this app 2.5 months ago, we probably would have tried to use Prisma. But they support it. They support it. I'm just hating. I mean, come on. Come on. Like, what are my thoughts on Blazor? I don't have any experience with it. It seems cool, but I haven't used it. Yeah. Okay. Let's get back to writing code. Where were we? We're showing the not found message. We fixed the layout bug. That's good. And now I want to be able to share a list. So I guess here's the other issue. Are we getting back into coding mode, or do people still have questions? No, exactly, Acid Spark. I mean, I don't know. Like, so if I had to put money on Deno versus Bun, my money would be on Deno because it's been around for longer. Like, in terms of like which one is going to get there sooner, which one's going to receive more adoption, like I think it's Deno. For one, it comes from the person that originally created node.js, so you've got that going for it. And it's been around for longer, so they've had longer to actually work on it. Whereas Bun is really new. It's really new. And it's going to take a while before it reaches like feature parity. But here we go. Everyone take a deep breath. Everyone say everything's going to be okay. And let's write some code. So I want to work on this next. As a list viewer, I want a good looking URL to click on. We're getting close. So we already implemented slugs. And, oh, well, my app is down. Is my audio out of sync? It's possible. Seashells by the seashore. Is it ahead or behind? I mean, it would probably be ahead. It's not? It's fine? That sounds good? All right. Refresh the page. I'm Space Ducks. But thank you for mentioning it. Okay. Here we are. Like I said, you can click a link, you get the slug. But here's the issue. A list has two Boolean properties. It has published and public. We need to be able to click a little box here that says publish the list. Because right now, all of the lists default to not being published. And you need to be able to say, yes, this list should be accessible by people out in the world. So we need to do that. And that really is this to do. So as a list editor, I wanted to edit the title and description of the list. I'm going to say I want to edit all the properties of the list. Because we can't do that right now. So let's do that. Let's figure out how to do that. And I think maybe we want like a little edit button right here. So when I click edit, that will embed the form where I can work on the title and the description. Something like that. Or do we? Yeah, I think that, because we could show it by default, but I think I specifically want like an editing state. And we can take a look. We have a list form already that we were using for creating a new list. Yeah, no worries, I'm Space Ducks. I do appreciate you mentioning it. So we've got this form that we use for creating new lists, but we could reuse it for editing an existing list. And we could also add checkboxes for published and public. But here's what I want to do. On the list edit page, and Kawazin, thank you very much for that prime. So on the list edit page, in the sidebar, right here where we're displaying the name and the slug, I want an edit button that when I click it, it changes from just being a title and a slug to being an actual form. So let's do this. Let's have like some editing state. We're going to do that right here. Editing, well, I already have a variable named editing list, but that's the actual list itself. Let's have a, like, we'll just have a Boolean is editing. Is editing list. Boolean use state from preact. Hooks. And this will start off as false. And then when we click a button, we'll set it to true. So I'll have a little button right here that just says edit. And when we click it, we want to set is editing list to true. And if is editing list is true, so set is editing list to true, we'll handle that like this. So if is editing list is true, then we'll show the form. Otherwise, we'll show the info. Put this in a little fragment. And then throw the list form in here. Can Preact use libraries from React's ecosystem? It can. We haven't really tried to do that yet. And it'll I think for some cases it'll take some work, but it is possible. Like you can use Material UI with Preact and stuff like that. We just haven't tried. Yeah, this fragment makes it so that I don't need a root element. So when you're dealing with JSX, which is what we're in right now, or TSX in this case because it's TypeScript, you cannot have multiple elements as the root. And so inside of these parentheses, that is one expression that represents an element. And so because I want two, if I put a fragment, then I'm allowed to do that. Technically, I could wrap it in a div, but I don't want to have divs all over the place. So the fragment basically tells Preact that, hey, these two elements are at the root. View components in React? I don't know about all that. I don't know of any tools for code quality and license inspection. I haven't used any recently anyways. All right. It is called list form. We just need to import it. It can't auto import it for some reason, but that's okay. So it should be islands list form like that. Cool. So, and actually, instead of this just saying edit, I hesitate because now this is another one of those situations where we have an edit button that we potentially want to like cancel editing, and then we want some sort of confirmation of cancel. But for now, we're going to make it easy. I'm just going to say toggle form. And then this takes the current state and then returns the opposite of it. So now on this page, toggle the form. Here, toggle the form. Great. That's the functionality that I wanted. I'm going to put the button above so that it doesn't shift in the UI. Put it right here. And then I'm going to give this all of the Bootstrap button classes. So we're using Bootstrap as well. So toggle form. And then we need to pre-populate it with the name and the description. And we're going to update the form to also have published and public. And instead of create, we're going to want it to say update. Right? Or do we just make it that way all the time and then there's just like a save button? Huh. Honestly, I think we just show the form all the time. Yeah, so yeah, if you're familiar with React, you have to use class name. Preact allows you to just use class. All right, this is what we're actually going to do. We're going to show the form all the time, but we're going to pass the list down like this. Technically, I don't even need to pass it down because it's a signal. All right. I changed my mind. So now when the page loads, it's just the form. It's just the form. And we can get rid of this button. Yeah, I mean, and that's what I was thinking, Ilku, is like, yeah, we need a cancel edit. But then, I mean, so for an example of why this gets a little bit more complex, let's add a park to the list. This cancel button shows a confirmation, which is what you want, right? Because the user technically has like unsaved changes right now. And so we need that same functionality on the list over here. And really, I think this should just be a save button instead of like a creator update button. Did we break that? Is this broke? We can't add spots. Why can't we add spots? I'll fix that in a little bit. Yeah, I need to pre-populate the list now. So let's go into the list form and we can handle all of that. So if editing list has a value, then we'll show its information rather than an empty form. Yeah. Okay. So Preact has this concept of signals, and it's essentially what we're using for a lot of our global state, meaning state that's like shared between components. And signals are like really easy to use. You literally define a signal and then you can use that signal inside of your component. But what's nice is you can import that signal anywhere, modify or update that signal anywhere, and it will change everywhere else. So it's kind of like the context API in React, but just so much more much more simpler. So we're going to use that here because we have all of our signals defined. Not that. This signal slash that. Okay. And then the one we want is the editing list. And so when the form element gets created, if editing list dot value is a thing, use it and grab its name. If not, start it off as the empty string. Grab the description. Otherwise, start off as the empty string. Now, if I've done that correctly, the form should be pre-populated with the list that we're on right now. And it is not, which is unfortunate. I guess we probably also need like a use effect so that when editing list changes, we populate. Oh no, these are errors. Never mind. These are errors, not. That's why this didn't work. These are errors. We need. We need a state to hold on to the list that we're editing. Before, we actually didn't use a controlled form. When the form was submitted, we just used form data, but now we're actually going to need a controlled form. JSX.targeted event. Okay, but I don't know where to get that type is the issue. Or do I just get it? Oh, I just get it? All right, I'll fix this later, but thank you. We have a ticket for that. We have a bug ticket. I know I'm missing some chat messages, but we're just getting some codes going. So now instead of this, we'll call this the we'll literally call this the list, because this is the list that we are editing in the form. And then whenever we render it, this input will now bind its value to list.name. And then this text area will bind its value to list.description. And now whenever the text changes over here, we actually want to do set list like this. But I need to make this a function, a multi-line function. Where this returns an object that has all of the current values of the list, and then it updates description to be this event. Event.currentTarget.value. Like that. And then we need to do this exact same thing on the input above. So basically, when classic React form stuff, when the values change, update the underlying state. And then now these will be name instead of description. Cool. But what that gives us is this object here, and when the page renders, it should have that initial state. Let's see if that fixes it. It doesn't. I think this has to do with like that hydration thing that we were doing. Let's log it. So on the server, we have it. So this page is initially being server rendered, and it has this data. But then on the client, the value is null. And that's because we do set it on the client. So what I actually need is I need to listen for when that value changes. Weren't we doing that somewhere? Were we doing it on the map? Let's try it. I don't know if we need to do something special because it's a signal, but if I have here a use effect that listens for changes on editing list.value, can I do a set list with name and description? Use effect needs to be in a component. Yeah, I mean, we're in the list form component. So we could do the is browser thing, but it would have to be inside the use effect because you can't have a conditional use effect. All right, let's see. Yeah, gets that. This error actually is because there are no spots. It's just a slight bug. Let's fix that. Because it's trying to set the bounds of the map. Um, cool. 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 Yeah, only fit bounds if there's spots. Exactly. So that's what I just fixed. Great. So now the form is populating. Glad to see it. So we're on our way. We're on our way. But there's some other things that we want to be able to edit on the list, like the published, which is a Boolean, and then that comes from and we need to update our type because that should be on the type too. Did I set it as description? Yeah, I might need to update it. Give me 1 second. Really, I don't like that this code is duplicated for when so this is when the component initially mounts, and then this is if the value changes. I'm not a fan that this code is exact, but for now, it's okay. Let's make sure that we're... value is list.name, and then value on the description is list.description. I think I have it. They're separate. But in the initial state, name, name, on input, name. Did I change it? All right, let's refresh. Okay. I must have done it wrong, but I fixed it when I was updating the code. Cool. So that has the name, and then this has the description. Cool. But now we need to update our type, because our type does not have published or public. So if we look at our signals, we can see the type of the editing list, which is a spot list with IDs and spots. And then if we go to its definition, it has name, description. We also want public and published. And really, I'm just going to move these into here. I want to see everywhere I use this, because it's possible that there are certain places where I don't pass in public and published, and I actually need to. No, seems fine. But now that it has those properties, that form should stop complaining. Yeah. So now it's like, yes, I know what these two properties are. And then they should not be a string. They should be... it should default to... both of these default to false. Like that. Great. Great. I could destructure them. Yeah, well, I think there's a tricky issue with destructuring a signal. I don't know. But that looks good to me. Okay, so now we have this published and public thing. Now I actually want to show two little toggles down there. Let's look at Bootstrap. In my case, boot swatch, same thing, but we can see like the dark mode. I'm looking for like a toggle, like a switch. This is what I want to see. So you can switch between public and published, and I think those are just based on checkboxes. Yeah, these. This is what I want. So now in the form, below the text area, we can have all of this. So got our input, The ID is published. Publish. And then public. Okay. That should give us some little checkboxes. Nice. So now I can publish it or make it public. Can I set their color? Let's check on actual Bootstrap. Checkboxes are Turing complete. Components switch. Does anyone see it here? I don't know. Button? Close button? Checkbox? Let's take a quick stretch. Search for form. Oh, here it is. Checks and radios. Switches. I thought there was like a yeah, so we found it, but I thought there was a way to set the color of the switch. Preact, I don't believe it needs HTML4. So you can have a toggle button. Form check input. Yeah, I'm curious, American 2050. Like, and what's up? Welcome in. I'm curious if there's like a form check input success or something like that. It doesn't have the ability to change them? Well, that's important. I mean, we don't really... It's a nice to have. We don't really need it. Oh. We could override it. We're going to override it, and we're going to make it green. So right now, we just have like some global CSS, global.css. And we can grab this and then override these two properties with our variables. We set up some nice CSS variables. We overrode Bootstrap green to be the coding garden green. So let's see if this works. Hey, look at that. That's nice. Cool. I'm glad that was easy, as easy as that. Okay. And then I'm going to change the labels here to say something like is public and is published. Does that make sense? I want it to be clear to the user that when they check this box, they are making it public or making it published. What do you mean, Oscar? Move what to components? Yeah, imagine using CSS in 2022. Exactly. I like that QSF. Yeah, maybe we'll change the label. The thing is, like, typically the labels in a form shouldn't change dynamically. I mean, really, I'm just curious. Like, is it confusing if it literally just says publish and public? Published. Also, we're not binding these to anything. I'm curious why they're staying checked on refresh. It's the funny that the browser is doing that for us. I like, yeah, public and published is fine. It's fine. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but like, yeah, so like for a user, how do they know if it's on or off? Oh, I'm okay with the way it is now, but yeah. Also, I'm gonna add some margin top to the toggles there. Yeah, beautiful. All right, now let's actually tie those toggles to the underlying data. And this is a point where it actually would be nice to use a form library. Actually use checkboxes. You know, you're not wrong. Like, because actual checkboxes are very clear if something is checked. I think I'm gonna go with the checkbox. Form check input. Type checkbox. Yeah, literally, I just have to remove this class, and then it'll do it. Yeah, I believe that's the way to go. Oh, look at that! Our style is still like that's nice though. I like myself a nice green checkbox. Cool. Well, no. So the idea is you can have it as a draft, so you can keep it unpublished, so that you can add all of your spots, get the description the way you want it, everything else, and then when you make it published, that's when people can actually see it. Nice. All right. Let's hook it up to the state. And like I was saying, this is the point where we might actually introduce a library, because look at what we're doing here, right? When the component mounts, we have this state object that has all of the properties of our list with some default values and values to set if they weren't set. And then when the component mounts, it's possible that that thing wasn't ready yet. So when it is ready, or not when it mounts, when this thing changes, we want to update that. But the idea is this state variable is the current state of the form, whereas this variable is the current state of the thing, because it's possible that you might be making changes like this, but you don't want to change the underlying thing yet until someone clicks save. The other thing is, this will be a really easy fix. Instead of create, technically this should say update. So if is editing list or editing list dot value has a value, then it should say update or save. Yeah. So this should say save. Alternatively, if we go to create a list, it should say create like that. But if we're editing a list, then it says save. I don't like that it's flashing like that, but that's okay for now anyways. If it's unpublished, it's also not public. Yeah, exactly. So you could check public, click save. It still wouldn't be listed on your profile until it is published. But the idea is once it's published, anybody that goes to the URL will be able to see it. If it's public, then that means it shows up on your profile. And honestly, we could change the wording here to like show on profile. And really, we could also have logic where we don't even show this checkbox unless it is actually published. I like that, honestly. So if list.published, then give them the option of making it public. Like this, but we haven't hooked that button up yet. Okay. What's the app between Alt-Tab and Rectangle in the menu bar? Alt-Tab is this. Oh, this is an app called Synergy. This allows me to share my Won't load for apparently, but it allows me to share my mouse and keyboard between multiple machines. Because this is my MacBook. I mean, my MacBook's over there, but this is a screen that's plugged into my MacBook. And then over there is my streaming computer, which is a Windows machine. So this allows me to share my mouse and keyboard between them. Public by default and opt in to make it private. No, I'm going to make it private by default. So that way it doesn't show up on your profile until you're ready. Okay, like I was saying, we potentially should pull in a library for this because we have a lot of things we're handling in our form. We have all the state of the form, and then you can look at each control, like each input is setting errors or updating the errors when things change, and then updating the underlying state value when things change, and then binding the value. And then if there are errors, we're displaying them here, and also like we're setting those errors when we submit the form. So when we submit the form, we're explicitly like validating each thing individually. It would be nice if we were using like Zod or something to do the validation. And then now we've introduced two more controls, these two checkboxes. So basically our form is getting real big with a whole lot of state. So it makes sense that we would pull in a library for this. What library? I like React Hook Form. I have never used React Hook Form with Preact. So let's see if it's possible. Let's see. Yeah. Advanced. Let's see if they mention anything in their docs for Preact. They don't. Wow, a magic rabbit hole appears, yeah. Preact with React Hook Form. Yeah, and that's like, we joke about it, but yeah, technically that's one thing we could do with this app if we're eventually trying to monetize it. Like, you have to pay money to have more than 10 public lists or something like that. I don't know. Thank you, America 2050. Let's see what it's in their guide. Cool. This didn't tell me anything. This is already how we're managing the form state. Let's see. Use React Hook Form with Preact. 228,000 seedlings. You both have a very similar amount. That's crazy. That's crazy. Do I just try to use it? So Preact in their guide, they do. They have a section on switching to Preact, and then something like whenever you're bringing in a React library, you can do the thing. So I refund your seedlings every stream. So even if you redeem Hydrate, I give you the seedlings back. I remember reading something in their docs about Material UI, and I think we're gonna have to do a similar thing. Not web components. React? Library? Sorry, Omni. I'll take a break. Yeah, so it's the ESM alias. And Stotney, thank you very much thank you for the sub. You're too kind. But now Omni actually shouldn't see an ad at all. Is everyone still seeing ads? Yeah, exactly. Windward Hive. Like, I mean, React is the biggest, and everything works with React. So like, that's one of the main issues of everything that we're doing. Like, Deno isn't standard, Fresh isn't standard, Preact isn't standard. So yeah, ads are gone. Oh, my captions aren't on. Hello? Sorry, everyone. That the captions should be on now too. Well, that's unfortunate, Acid Spark. I haven't seen an ad in 25 months. Yeah, so if you're subbed, you won't see ads. Okay. Go to esm.sh. Do they have an example on their website? They do. Thank you, Oscar. I didn't know what you were saying. So those of you that saw an ad, you didn't miss anything important. I am still just trying to figure out how to pull in React hook form. Okay, so this tells us that we're aliasing React to Preact compat. So if I want to pull in React hook form, let's first of all find it on ESM. There's a 15% chance it works. We're going to try our best. So this would allow me to bring in React hook form, but I want to alias any. So React hook form is dependent on React. So internally, any reference to React should actually now be a reference to Preact. So if I add this on there, that will alias all of the references to React to now Preact compat. You can see this is taking a while. After the first time, so ESM, this is the first time someone's requested this URL in recent times from ESM. So it's taking them a second because they actually need to literally recreate that entire that entire dependency. Yeah, and welcome in, Devon. I don't know if I've seen messages from you. We've talked about this, but for whatever reason, when this SVG is rendered at a smaller resolution, it looks really weird. I'm a trendsetter, or I've just broken ESM. Like, it's just taking forever. Yeah. Yeah, and then Oscar was saying we need to alias useState to Preact/hooks. I thought Preact compat should do that. Oh, it's done. Okay, so here we go. Yeah, it should happen automatically. Okay, we're gonna try our best. We're gonna import something from something. We're going to do it in line now. If it works, I'm going to pull this into my dependencies file. If we look at React hook form, let's look at their getting started. Use form. So I want use form from that. And then we do all the stuff right about here. We won't have the errors for now. We want to register each input. We'll try it with one and just see if it works. It's very possible we're going to run into issues, but the way this should work is if we do this with a name. Let's see what happens. All right. So this you're seeing. Well, this is a good sign. So we told Deno. Well, we didn't tell Deno. Basically, Deno saw that we're now pulling in a new dependency, and so Deno needed to cache that dependency. Great. Now the dependency is cached. Now we could run into an issue with the page actually rendering at all. Let's see. Refresh. Cannot read properties of undefined. Reading __h. And you can see that this happened in React hook form. Oh, they have a Deno compatibility layer. That's cool. Maybe? Maybe they do. Maybe I'm not reading that right. React hook form, or maybe they know that we're loading. ESM knows that we're loading. Well, Deno, when it makes the request to ESM, specifically gets the one for Deno. And then useRef is where it's running into an issue. Welcome in, pimp name. Oh yeah, CM Griffin is great. Glad he's sending people over this way. Is he live right now? Yeah, that's possible, Woodziger. I think we can replace render to string. Preact render to string. Oh yeah, I just sent a whole bunch of people back to him. underscore H is bad. Let's see. Okay. Bridgetown site showcasing Preact in React hook form. Oh. Okay. The issue is they are using Node. So the dependencies come from npm. We can see how they set it up though, potentially. I mean, and honestly, they might configure it in their Webpack config. Yeah, so they're aliasing React to Preact compat. Okay, let's add these other aliases. I think this is the other thing that we're missing. Do I just ampersand multiple aliases? So we're going to alias React DOM test utils to Preact test utils. Wait. I don't think I need the test utils. I just need React DOM. So alias React DOM to Preact compat. Is that how I do multiple aliases? Let's try. Nice. Thank you all for checking CM Griffin out. He's a friend of the stream. He's a good dude. Well, same error. I don't know if the double ampersand is actually the way to do it. Like, do I comma separate them? Do I put two aliases there? Wait, is that the creator of Fresh? It is. That's awesome. So Luca's the creator of the Fresh library that we're using, and they're saying that he's the one that had the idea to do this alias thing. Okay. So, I mean, it's nice to see that somebody got React hook form working with Preact, but there's another layer of complexity is that we're using it with Deno and Fresh, which make it a little more complicated. Pragma H, Pragma Frag Fragment. Is that? If I had to build a production app, I would use what I know and what I'm most efficient with, which is like node.js and Express. So I've never heard of Vest, but we could try it. Validations framework. It's not just validations though, because we'll technically use Zod for validations. What we want is registering an input listener, setting the value, running a validator against the value when the form is submitted. All of that. So React Hook Form is doing a ton under the hood, not just validation. Okay, I don't want to. Basically, we tried this. We tried this. So let's try. Formic is the other one that I know of. Let's see if we can get Formic working. Formic. Yeah, so Formic is nice. Like I used Formic for a really long time, and then eventually started using React Hook Form instead. I will say this was a long time ago, but the bigger my forms got, the slower Formic got, and I think that's because it creates a Redux store for every single form, like a separate Redux store, something like that. But let's try it. Let's try it. Okay, so we bring in capital F Formic from Formic. And then we wrap our form in this Formic component. Yeah, React Hook Form, it's definitely simpler to set up. But let's see if we can do this. So Formic, and then we specify a render function which renders the form. So we can take our whole form here, put it right there. All right. Let's just see if it renders. We're not even using the features of Formic. Let's see if this renders without error. That's not real. Oh, are we getting the same error? We are. Well, at least we know that this is a common error when trying to bring in other libraries. Oh, people are mentioning that Formic has gone stale. Okay, I mean, it would do the things that we need. Preact issues. Deno land preact. Hey, Oscar, this is literally your issue from July 31st. Seems like you can alias with commas. I'm looking at Go code right now. What does this Go code even do? What is this for? Oh, this is the literal. Thank you. I was like, wait, why did you send me this? This is the literal source code for esm.sh. I see. I see. So if we do a comma. Same thing. For a solution, install React 17. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that, purely because of Fresh. All right. It's at this point which we write our own library. Where do you install exactly? Like that's I guess that's the issue. I mean, I guess we haven't tried bringing it in without setting an alias. Let's do it with that, but I don't think that's going to work. Let's see. And then it can't find use ref. Okay. So now we write our own library. Let me see what else is out there. React hook form alternatives. Anybody know of one? So I see what you provided, Oscar. This vest. But I don't think this is what we want. Preact hook forms. Preact forms helper. Not really maintained. Use at your own risk. Well. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Ilku is like, we just write our own. We write our own. Right? Form validations framework inspired by the syntax and style of unit test tools. It's form agnostic. Okay, maybe I don't, on its surface, it just looked like a validation library. Oh, and then you pass the form data in. I see. Okay. Yeah. I've never used this site. OpenBase. React component for building forms with JSON schema. React performance first form component. Uniforms. I'm going to log in. I don't want to do that. Redux forms and Formic. Okay. This is the point where if I wasn't live on Twitch, I'd probably do a little bit more research and try to figure this out, but I don't want to do that. And I don't want to write a completely separate, like I don't want to write another library. So I will just keep doing what I'm doing. So instead of and I'll show you what I mean. Basically, we're just going to be repeating ourselves a bunch. In that for every item in our form, we need a state variable for it. In our case, we have an entire object that we're using this for as a state variable. And then we need to set up the on input in value for each of these checkboxes. Though I think we don't want to set errors. This will be published. Published. And then really, we don't want value. I think we want checked. Maybe. And then we can say the value is whether, no, the value is edit list dot value dot published. And then value needs to be a string. So actually, do I want to put checked here? Because checked can be a Boolean. Let's see. Nice. It's not checked. And then if I check it, it should set that behind the scenes. Nice. And that's where we have that that's where we have that that logic that will show the one below it. But Do I actually want value here? No, I need to figure out how to do checkboxes in React. Okay, let's see what you got, Ilku. Oh, so like use a controlled component instead of the register thing? Oh, man, do I want to even try that? um, how do you do it? First of all, let's get this working. Let me get this working, and then we'll go back down the rabbit hole and try to get Preact hook form working. Because for everyone that doesn't know what I'm talking about, not Preact hook form, React hook form. There are two different ways you can hook up your inputs. On the getting started, they're showing this, where essentially you're passing down a bunch of props. The other way to do it is with a controlled input, where you wrap it in this controller component and then like manually set the props here. So it's possible that this will work instead of the other one, which we can try in a second. But first of all, React input checkbox. I'm really confused as how do you differentiate between value and checked? I guess technically we should be setting the value here. Do you set value to true? I don't think you did that, right? It's only checked? Okay, well. Checkboxes in React. Show me the code. Wait, what? Why do you have a checkbox component? It's toggling, but it's not. It's not. Checked. Oh, that's why. Like, not on input. We want on click. Okay. Okay. Easy. Easy. So, not value. And then on click. Current dot published. Toggle it. That's the winner. Okay. Check it out. Oh, I guess that's not it. Fascinating. Do I need to prevent the default action? They're just calling this little toggle function, which toggles the checked state. So we're passing in. Also, so they are using an input. I was gonna say, like, wait, isn't? Never mind. For a second I was thinking there's a checkbox component, but there isn't. It's always an input with type checkbox, which we have here. Checked is the current. Oh, that's why. This needs to be list.published, not current. Similarly, am I setting? Yeah. That was I was yeah, exactly. You got it, Veep. It took me a while to figure that out, but I was using the value that's set when the component loads, not our underlying state. That's the issue. So now, boom. Nice, 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 cool. And then I guess the other thing is, if you unpublish it, then it also should make it not public. So something like, if not current.publish, so if it's not published, then this should be false, otherwise true. Otherwise, the current value. There. That's what we want. Okay. And then public will look like this, but now it's public. And then we just toggle current.public. All right. Here we go. Check it. Show it on profile. If I uncheck it, now show on profile should also be false because it's no longer published. So when I check this, it should be false by default. That's what I expect. Great. We figured it out. We got the job as a React developer that can make a checkbox. Nice. Nice. Yeah, because if you unpublish it, it should not be public. Or shouldn't show on your profile. Okay. Awesome. So that's setting the underlying data. Good to go. Good to go. That's really all we wanted. But now we now actually need to update the form submission. So instead of using form data, and instead of creating the object here, and instead of setting these errors, I think we want to use Zod now. Publish checkbox is not a good UX? I think it is. It's like, I mean, what else can we do? Yes, it should be published. Yes, please show on my profile. Yeah, exactly. So published makes it so that anybody that knows the link can view it. Is published? So what you're saying is a toggle button instead of a checkbox, like this. Well, better than that, like this. So like published, unpublished, published, unpublished, published. But here's the thing. We just figured out how to do a checkbox. I guess it is using a checkbox. It just has different styles. What's up, Lakrazak? The state of toggle buttons aren't clear, but this one will be because it's not filled in. Yeah. You like this style. Let's see. Oh, so that's one or the other. One or the other. Oh! That's okay. So this is the UX. We have draft and publish. So if they want it to be a draft, they click here. If they want it to be published, they click here. I kind of like that. Basically a form group. That seems better. Because then it's clear that you're either in draft or published. Does everyone agree? Agree. Yeah, agree. Yeah, this should be basically a button group. Now we're gonna have to figure out how to handle that in terms of the state, but that's a bit more clear in terms of the user experience. Okay, button group. Yeah, this is what I want. Yeah, no worries, Veritatas. Quasar is pretty slick. I've never used the cross-platform build feature of it. I've only ever used the components. Yeah. Dark mode on Bootstrap docs, does it have a dark mode? I don't think they have dark mode. Oh, I can use Dark Reader. There we go. I would call it private or public, easier for later implementation. Yeah, and I think that's the same. Yeah, so honestly, we won't even have a checkbox anymore because then below that we'll have a similar idea like public and private. Now, what's mitosis? I don't think I've heard of it. All right. Let's just put it here for now because we'll have to figure out how we're gonna do all this. Okay, button group. ARIA label. How do I describe? We'll say published state. This will be a radio button. Button check. The name will be published. ID is published. Autocomplete off. And then checked is going to be list dot published. Actually, we'll have draft first. So this will be, it'll be checked if list is not published. And then this will be publish. Publish checked is if it's published. All right, let's see what that gives us. Yeah, so right now it's a draft. And then we should be able to click that to make it published, and then that will undo. All right, are these using button classes? Yeah, so if we do button outline success, that should give us that nice green color. Or not. Apparently, Bootstrap button active background. We have not overwritten to be our Bootstrap green. We need to fix that. Well, I still have to fix the logic. Yeah, you don't know which one is which now because it's not like changing. But we need to override this Bootstrap variable, Bootstrap button active background, and we're going to set that to be our green color. Wait, is that what I want? No, I need it to be a hex color. So this is actually going to be our BS green. So that should give it the right color. It doesn't. So we still have access to Tailwind classes, but we're mainly using Bootstrap. Important? Wait, were you really not here, Oscar, when we ripped out when we added Bootstrap? I thought you were here for that. Oh, I see. It's on button outline success. We need to override it's not there, but on here. Honestly, we need to override all of these on button dash outline dash success. Better. All right, let's make it work now. I'm not gonna take the bait, Oscar. I'm pretty sure you were here, and we've talked to a very extent. We've talked to an extent as to why we're using Bootstrap now. Aren't there overrides the same for button class? Are they the same variable names? BS button color. No, it's slightly different. So Bootstrap button BG. Yeah, they're different variable names. It's slightly different. Well, you can be published and not public. That's the issue. That's why we don't have 3 states. No, so I feel like anytime on my YouTube when I talk about Bun or I talk about Tailwind and I have an opinion that it is not the majority opinion, it just drives a lot of negativity to the channel. So I probably won't make any YouTube content about it. Okay. I think we can just move this click handler onto onto both of these inputs. And at that point, I should put it into a variable so that it's reusable. So like toggle published. But my I never said that, Oscar. But my opinions on styling solutions in React in general are not the majority opinion. Like I was using CSS in JS, like the library called CSS in JS for the longest time, and everyone did not like. Most people were using styled components when I was using CSS in JS. So yeah, I'm gonna keep doing me. Yeah, but I don't need to make a YouTube video about it. So. Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, like I use what works for me and what I like to use. Okay. What was I doing? Toggle published. And this is a function that looks like that. Great. All right. Moment of truth. Nice. Nice. If you go to draft, if it's a draft, show on profile is false by default. But if it's published, then you can choose to show on profile. All right. That's the one. I think we got there. It only took us 45 minutes. But that's the UI that we want for sure. All right. I want to put this margin top 2 on this root group as well. Flex grow on the save. You mean like a save button that takes up full width? Is that what you mean? Full height? honestly, we need to fix that hover color because that's a really ugly hover color. Let me find a better green. I mean, it's not. It's an ugly hover cover compared to the underlying green. So like this should be the hover color, something like this. Use HSL to make the green slightly darker. Well, I was gonna make it slightly lighter, but now we can do hover background. Oh, I was like, why isn't it selecting? Because these are two slightly different greens. That's why. We'll call this BS Green Light. Actually, I think it has a name. Celadon. And then we'll define our Celadon is that. All right. All right. And now when you hover over that button, that's ugly. There's not a good contrast there. Why not use the built-in color picker? Oh, because I specifically wanted this. It gives you all the shades of it. Should we go darker? Yeah, I think it makes sense to go darker. And then now it's Lincoln green. Welcome in, Tio Funkin. I build websites. This seems fine. I'm not going to worry about it too much. But yeah, I think you're right, Oscar. We don't want layout shift, so we should, instead of removing it, we need to do like visibility hidden. This is the problem with naming color variables their name. I agree. Last time we were doing this, people did not like. I remember what I was doing exactly, but yeah, like really, it would have made sense to call this variable Lincoln, like light green, because then we could set it to, or I guess technically at that point we would have wanted to rename it to dark green. Lincoln green. And now everywhere we have Celadon, we'll do -- Lincoln green. Cool. I don't like it though. Let's go here. Let's go fern green. Poo green. I think that's maybe slightly better. Yeah, that feels right. That doesn't feel awkward. Okay. To Oscar's point about the layout shift. So right now, we're doing list.published. So if that's true, then we show the form. If it's not true, we don't show the form. Really what we want is we always want to show, we show the checkbox. We always want to show the form, or show the checkbox, but we'll change the style based on if it's published. So here we'll bind the style attribute here to set visibility based on list.published. So if published is true, then it's visible. Otherwise, it's hidden. And I guess we actually could do opacity. And we could do, if it's published, set the opacity to 1. Otherwise, 0. And then we can make it animate. So in the CSS, if we set the transition duration to like 300 milliseconds, it should fade in and out. Oh, well, we need it on the entire group. Make the checkbox disabled and grayed out. Actually, you're right. That's a better UI because they need to know that when they unpublish it, it is no longer public. You're totally right. Disabled. Yeah, that's it. Can a label be disabled? Guess it can. Quick stretch. Isn't it clickable even if the opacity is 0? Yeah. So this is better to disable it. You're totally right. So yeah. And then we can get rid of that. All right. We have reached the optimum UI. Though, why can't I see that? Oh. Not. If the list is not published. All right, here we go. This is the optimal UI. Published. Show it on my profile. Draft. I should have unchecked it. Draft. Show on profile should be false. Does that make sense? Can I just not? What's up, Battle Fame? Welcome in. No, that is not. If we are toggling publish, just set it to false. That's actually what we want. Show on profile, set it to false. Show on profile, set it to false. That's what we want. That's what we want. Draft publish 3 single states instead of well, it's not 3 states because it's you can be published without showing on profile. So I should be able to click save here, and this can be false. That's the main issue. Because basically, if it's published, anybody that knows the slug or the URL can view it, can go to that page. But it won't show up on your profile, meaning if somebody goes to see your profile, they won't see that it exists. So it's kind of like how like an unlisted YouTube video works. And now I see what you're saying, because then it would be 3 states. It would be draft, unlisted, public. We just fixed, so we weren't showing the checkbox, but it makes sense that we you can't show it on your profile if it's in a draft, but once it's published, you can show it in your profile. I see what you're saying though, Valk. Like, it kind of would make sense to have different visibilities, similar to how YouTube videos work. So you can have like an unlisted YouTube video or a public YouTube video or a private YouTube video. In our situation, there's no way to make something private. If somebody knows the URL, they can view it. Yeah. So. Okay. Great. Now, we can handle the validation. Yeah. There's some tweaking we probably could do, but I think we've reached a good spot. I think this is good enough. This is good enough. No, it's not responsive for mobile yet. No. Like, this is what it looks like on mobile. We need to add some completely new styles for that. Yeah. Okay. Now, better form validation. So, we we have a Zod validator. So if you look at our definitions here, this validator, spot list validator, spot list, it should be able to validate name, description, and public and published. I mean, it's not really validating those because they're booleans, but we should be able to run that validator specifically. So if we import spot, spot list. If we import spot list, at /db/table spot list table. This is a Zod validator, so we can actually run it against our list. Like this. We could try catch the validation. So we have our validated, which is going to be spot list dot parse async with list. So parse the object. If there's an error, we set the errors. And then this whole API request gets moved into the try. So validate it. If it doesn't throw an exception, then we have validated, which we can send to the API. If it threw an error, then if it's a Zod error, then we set the errors. Like this. Okay, and then validated would be what we're actually sending to the API. And we send it to a different endpoint depending on what, depending on if we're editing or creating. And James H. Dev, thank you for the sub. I don't think I heard the notification, but thank you. And DeCallers, thank you for that 10-month resub. I think I missed that. And thank you for all these follows. Appreciate you, all the newbies. Welcome in. I do not use GitHub Copilot. I do not. Okay. So when we submit the form, I think I can get rid of all this. First of all, validate the form, and then if editing list, meaning if we are currently editing something, then it's going to be a put request. Otherwise, it is a post request. Cool. You can use safe parse. I like the try catch because I guess in this case I do need to parse the Zod errors. I've always used like try catch with this. Cool. That does exist. I'm gonna go this way just because I don't feel like removing the try catch. But this should be fine because then now the error is possibly a Zod error. The other issue though is not issue, but if the fetch failed for some reason. Well, that's the other issue is Ilko is like the URL is going to change, so I don't want to have a bunch of conditionals in line here. And then the other thing is after create, we change the URL to the page where you can edit. In our situation, we need to stay on the page. It's just saved at that point. Yeah. Oh, you're a little late, Xeris. We spent 30 minutes trying to get React Hook Form and Formic working, but we hit some errors that we didn't know how to fix because we're using Deno and we're using Preact, which is different. Okay, what am I doing? Let's look at these Zod errors now. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Valk, but the main reason I choose to do that is if something is a draft, it should not show on your profile at all, which is why I unchecked that to false. That's the main reason we're doing that. Okay. Is there somewhere where we're checking to see if something is a Zod error? This is kind of what we want. Oof. We're kind of doing that here. I should pull I'm going to pull this out into like a utils. Okay. We have utils. We're going to create a Zod utils. Zod error utils. I'm going to export a function. Get error messages. You can pass in the errors, which is an array of z.zod issue, like this. We'll get there. Just a second. Instead of this, I actually just want to create a map from this. So instead of a find, I want to do a reduce that gives us back our map. And then e.path at 0 will set on the map. This will be a map that goes from string, like the name of the error, or the name of the field, and then the error message, like that. So here we'll return the map, and then we'll say the map, we want to set that to be, oh goodness, I need to import Zod. Deps. Is Zod in there? Yeah. And then Zod dot Zod issue. Great. Implicitly has the any type. It shouldn't. We have a reduce. Oh no, because if we do errors. Great. We're not exporting Zod. Are we exporting Z from our dependencies? We are. Great. Okay. E.message. That's what we want. That should be a string. Okay. Now, I can use this function to set all of the errors. Error messages is get error messages from that error. Dot errors. If error dot errors is a thing, then we do this. Let's import this in from there. And then we can get error messages for name, and then get error messages for description. But if it wasn't defined, then we do nothing. All right, now why is this complaining? Error messages dot get. Okay. That should do it. that should do it. The way that we can test this is on the create a list page. I like this already, but yeah, so now if I do this, it didn't validate it. I feel like this code can be extracted into a library. Yeah, I'm curious why Zod doesn't provide something like this already. Basically, Zod will give you back a bunch of errors, but there's a bunch of metadata, and really what we want is to map the field to the error message, which is what we're doing here. Okay, there's an issue. We'll fix it in a second, but we can see that we can reuse that function here. So something like error messages is get error messages. Yeah, we'll figure it out, Cyrus. There's some issue with what I just did there. It should have thrown an exception when we validated it, though. Oh, you know what it is? I don't think we have... Our Zod validator doesn't check for the empty string, which is, I mean... Technically, the code did what we told it to do, but we need to check for the empty string. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I don't want to have to do or empty string. Let's make it so that I don't have to do that. Like, I don't want to do this or thing. So what I want is this needs to return an object that has a get function where you pass in the field name, which is a string, and then that's where we'll do messages.get field name or that. So now I don't have to do this all over the place. Now I can just do that, and then over here we're doing the same thing. Okay, that looks good to me, but now we need to look at our Zod validator because I think that's the issue. Right here, we need to say that this can have a min of 1 character, meaning it cannot be the empty string. And then I think, can we pass in the error message? Yeah. Description cannot be blank. Name cannot be blank. All right. That will fix it. Boom! Look at that. And then we got our error messages. Sorry for yelling. I don't know if that freaked anybody out. But now we can say best pizza in NYC. Update this later. Now, the issue here is a minimum length of 1. Yeah, that's what that min 1 does. The issue here is I actually don't think I want to show this whenever you are creating a list. Because when you're creating a list, it needs to be a draft by default. Like you wouldn't want to publish immediately. A single space would pass. I think there's like a trim we can do as well. Trim. There we go. No empty string. So I think I'm going to do that on the list. So if we are creating a new thing, then don't show this don't show the draft or publish, because by default it's going to be a draft when you're creating a new one. Here. Give people a choice? But why would you publish it if there's no spots on the list yet? You really wouldn't want to publish until you have some spots to share? At least I thought, anyways. Wait, why is everything else in a field set? Because I wanna? I'm not gonna let you. Basically, your... what did I just do? Oh, and then I need a fragment. But I'll show you what you can do, Oscar, if you really want to publish it immediately. Okay, so now that I've fixed that, when I go to create a list, I don't have that option. So I can do like best pizza and NYC. Update this later. Click create. Oh, we need to update our redirect because our redirect was redirecting by ID, but we changed it to slug. So data.slug. That's that. Okay. But basically all I'm saying, Oscar, is after creating, you can just go in here and publish it and then save. Well, save button doesn't work yet, but you could basically create it and then you get the option for that. But let's show the full flow here. Best Thai restaurants in Denver. Click create. That takes you here, and then you can go published, show on profile, save. That's it. Why is there an empty list? Because our validation was broken for a second. But it shouldn't be broken anymore, because now if you try, the name and description can't be blank. Yeah, this is it. Now we need the option to delete, because we have all of these extra lists just sitting around. Okay, cool. We need to let's implement update now. So delete will be easy compared to the past 3 hours. I mean, you say that, but let's implement delete. I mean, technically we still need to implement update. Where are we at on here? As a list editor, I want to edit all the properties of a list. That's technically what we're doing right now. And so deleting a list will be covered under that feature. Okay, let's add a delete button. Let's add a delete button. I'm going to put it at the top of the page. Should it be in the sidebar or should it be in the form? I guess it'll be on the form. Deleting a list will break my slug generation. Will it? We'll see. I don't think it will. The numbering would be off, but basically... Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, so if... Yeah. Let's say there are 3 with the same name, and then you delete the second one. When it generates the slug, it's going to have the number that matches the last one. We'll worry about that later. Let me add a bug that we can come back to later. Slug generation should handle deleted items with the same name. Now, the reason I don't really care about this right now is, I mean, how often are you going to create multiple with the same name? And then we're not doing soft deletes. This is going to be a hard delete. I'm going to put this delete button in the sidebar. So if we look over here in the sidebar component, right above the form, there's a little button. Delete. Danger. If you delete, I think it's broke. All right, so we have this delete button. When we click it, we actually do want a confirmation. Are you really sure that you want to delete this list? I mean, okay. First of all, I don't I don't want to talk about why this won't work, but let's think about this. Okay, first person creates the list. It's called new list. Second person, well, this is per user. So, or is it? No, it's not per user. It has to be unique entirely. Wait, or does it? I don't even remember, which is why we're not going to talk about this. We're not going to talk about this because I'm going to fix it later. Put the button on the bottom aligned with save, like put it right here. So the part of the UI that I'm not showing is, well, and it's possible because I broke the UI. This is the list metadata. We also have all of the individual spots on the list, like this. Welcome in, Bogdanovich. Nice to see you. And Asadulo, welcome in as well. Let's take a quick stretch, quick break. Adding the spot breaks. Why? Yeah, I recognized your name, Bogdanovich. It's been a while. I'm doing good. I'm streaming a lot. Lots of people hanging out here. So yeah. Okay. We need to look at the spot form. And I guess also I need to make sure that I didn't accidentally update the spot thing. List ID must be a number. That might be the issue. Is we were validating it as a string. Next week we start writing tests, maybe. I don't know how we're gonna test this thing though. Like how, like we could use, so Deno has a built-in test runner, which is nice. But then we need some testing library that'll work with Preact and Deno. I don't know. Was it because the draft above was the same? They're independent, so you can add forms without saving the data above. So if it has an ID, we're going to do a put request against that ID. Otherwise a create. Is the network request even happening? No network request, which means that it's potentially a Zod error. Let's log the error. And then we'll throw messages on here too. And we're going to log error messages, field map. Okay. Yeah, we're using, this is the spot form, and I changed it so that we're using the same util. Maybe that's where things went wrong. I don't know. Expected number received string for list ID. That makes sense. Or does it? So for the spot, for the individual spot, list ID should be a number because now it's no longer a UUID or global unique identifier. Expected number received string. And so that's going to be in the validator. So these are for the individual spots on the list. So right here, we're setting it needs to be set before. Honestly, this is the issue with global variables. So like you can see, not global variables, with using a signal in this way, you can see in this component, we're using editing spot, but editing spot is actually a signal, and we actually set the value elsewhere. So there's somewhere in my code where I'm setting it, and I'm setting the list ID to be like toString. And that would be on the map here. Yes, list ID gets set to an empty string. Really, we need to set it to -1. And then that. Yeah, so by default, it'll be -1. We'll validate it, and then before we send it to the API, we'll set it to the real thing. That was the issue. Well, so the way to think about this is this form is for the overall list. So the list has a name, description, and then like various attributes, like is it published, is it a draft? And then you can add spots to the list, but the spots are stored in a separate table, and it's separate data. So like this spot now has a list ID property that's going to get set to the ID of this list, the overall list. Add it. Cool. Slugger ID must be defined. What? Did we add a slug to the spot accidentally? We shouldn't have. How do I search when the variable occurs like that? I don't even remember what I did. So in VS Code, I did Command-Shift-F. So on a Mac, it's Command-Shift-F, but on Windows, it's probably Control-Shift-F inside of VS Code. But that basically searches your entire code base. So I searched my entire code base for this term, editing spot, and then I just remembered that this was the place where I actually set the value. So... no, I don't think we'd have to change that here. Oh yeah, I forgot that we did this I don't know if I think it was last time. Maybe the time before that. This is a TypeScript thing to tell it, hey, I know that this thing is not going to be null. So it's not null. We set the ID. And then did it make the network request? I didn't even check that. Yeah, so it made a request to API/spots. What's up, Seam Griffin? Thanks for being here. Well, I sent some people over your way earlier. They mentioned that you sent people my way. Cool. It did send the list ID over. And then that was a server-side error that says slugger ID must be defined. So our server-side code for creating a new spot is broken. Spots. User ID is -1 because it's set on the server side. So the client sends this info over, but the server always sets that based on the logged in user. So there's no way for someone to fake the user ID that created it. The server side always sets that. That's why it's -1. So yeah, here, always sets that. I didn't find all the places we were using this. So this actually needs to be, find the list where the ID is that. That's the issue. All right, now it should work. And it didn't. And then there's another, okay, our code is so messy, but there's another spot over here where we get the list by its ID, but we actually need to get it by its slug. Like that. And we already have a to-do that we need to, anywhere we have these fetches on the client side, we need to move those into a common place so we're not updating it everywhere. But if I refresh the page, that spot should show up. Great. And then I should be able to add another spot too. And it'll behave as expected. Berkeley Lake is what we're going to add. All right, add it. And then that broke. Okay. Well. That's the issue though. So we have two different spots where lists can be requested. They can be requested in a server-side rendered route, or they can be requested as API data. And the issue is now our API route is receiving a string and then not doing the right thing with it. So really what we need is we need to look at that. Yes, I mean, we're not getting TypeScript errors in our command line or in our Deno task runner. I mean, that's probably, I mean, if we saw these, we know that we would need to fix them. But really, here's what I can do. If the this is what we were thinking earlier, but I think it's okay to do it in the API. So if the ID is nan, then find one by slug. Else, find one by ID. Like this. So if it's nan, why is this complaining? Argument of type string is not assigned. What? Is nan takes in a number? But it'll coerce it. ID as number. That. So then I don't have to parse it as number twice. Okay. What if my list is called 7? Yeah, this is the same error as earlier. Don't do that. Just don't do that. You'll break the app. Don't do that. I mean, We could have a rule that the list name must start with an alpha character. Honestly, that should be easy enough to add. Name, and then is there a matches or like a regular expression? Yeah, regex must start with A through Z, case insensitive. List name must start with a letter. But then you run into the issue. What if somebody wants to make a list called 10 best places to eat in Denver? Yeah. Most lists will start with a number. Oh well, but then it'll be nan. Actually, it's actually totally fine. It's not that it can start with a number; it just can't be a single number. Like they could spell out the word 10. Yeah, true. And in that scenario, you actually could have a list called 10 best spots in Denver, because the whole thing is nan, like 10 space. Okay, so yeah, let's have a regular expression that says some. There should be some character in there that is A through Z. List name must include a letter. Is this the right regular expression for that? This will just match one letter. And also, people that don't speak English, is that going to ruin things? Because they need one letter at all. That's what that says, right? So it technically can start with a is nan of 1 is no, Oscar, you're confused, and let me confirm that because otherwise I've gotten things wrong. So there are two isnans. There's isnan like that, which will coerce a string into a number, and then there's number.isnan that will only return true if the thing you're passing into it literally is nan. So if I pass in like that, that's false because it doesn't coerce it. So that this one is different than this one, which will take that number or take that wow and then try to turn it into a number. So what the joke that you wanted to make is, why is number.isnan like even this will actually break. It's false. This is false, which is why I use this one. But there is a linter rule out there that's like, hey, use this one. But then if you use this one, then you technically need to double up. You need to do this to get it to return true. Oh no, but then it would but then it wouldn't, because it would never. I don't know. I do take things way too seriously. It doesn't matter. Plus one or more character, not 0 or more. Let's try it. I mean, it's gonna run the validator on the client side. But Bogdanovich asked, "What am I working on?" I'll give you an elevator pitch version of what this whole thing is in one moment. This is the list, the list. Yeah, so if I go to create a list, if I go to create a new list, list name must include a letter. List name must include a letter. A. Nice. That's it. That's the regular expression we wanted. Includes one or more letter. Yeah. Oh, you can guess what the oh yeah. So there are a lot of issues. Basically, we've written too much code. We wrote so much code that there are multiple places in our code base that break when we change other things because we forgot that there are multiple places that all depend on that same thing. In this scenario, what we were trying to fix was when adding a new spot to a list. So this is a list, and let's say I want to add a Thai restaurant. Like there is, well, there's Cow Boba's. There's a bunch of Thai restaurants around here. Yeah, I think it's down here. Am I actually going to see the names of restaurants in here? I actually don't know. Let's just assume that there's a Thai restaurant. All right there. Let's call this J Star Thai, which if you're in Denver, it really is one of the best Thai restaurants. The issue is they have weird hours. Not weird hours. They're not open all the time because they're a smaller restaurant. So like they don't open till 5:30, and then they're like closed on Mondays and some other day of the week. But if you can find them when they're open, go here. Go here. Okay, but the issue we were fixing is when I click add spot on the back end, and actually I can show that code. So on the back end, that is a post request to create a new spot. So let's look at our routes, our API for spots here. So this is going to be a post request for creating a new spot. But the first thing we do is we validate all the properties. So that's one thing we needed to fix because list ID needed to be a number because we changed it from a string. So we fixed that. And then secondly, we first find the list that we're trying to associate it with. So right now we're on this list, best Thai restaurants in Denver. It specifically has an ID. We need to find that list so that way we can make sure that you're trying to associate it with a list that actually does list. But the issue was we updated this function earlier today to accept an object with an ID property, and we forgot to update it right here. So it was just passing in that. Well, just passing in like that. When in reality, we need to pass in an object that has an ID property. So that's the fix here. But then, now that's good, when the spot is added, it needs to refresh the underlying list. So that makes a request to this API endpoint, which lets us get a list by its ID. Not there, here, right here, get list by ID. But it's not by ID anymore, it's by slug. And so then we updated the logic to say, okay, if the URL is a number, if the ID is a number, then get it by its ID. But if it's not a number, then get it by its slug. And then that led us to create the regular expression because someone was like, well, what if somebody creates a list where the literal name of the list is like 42? Now it could have ID 7, but the name of the slug is 42. And that's what we just fixed with our validation, because our validations now say that when you create a list, your name has to include a letter, which now will no longer allow somebody to create a list that is just a number. That's what we fixed. We're posting with the ID property. It's a bit different. So a spot, this thing down here, has a list ID property, which is a number. So we're posting it with that, which makes sense because our foreign key relationship in the database is through ID. But after I click add, it needs to re-request the list, and our API function here was only allowing us to request by ID. And we need to be able to request by slug as well, which is why I added this logic. But now that I've had that validator on spot lists, we shouldn't run into the issue where somebody names their list 42 and then it has a different ID. Now it must include a letter inside of it because of this. Though, Alka was giving me a better... can you not let Zod check if the name is a number? Well, I don't want... I don't think there's a built-in function that's like not number. Like not... I think that's why I need the regular expression, because name must be a string, but within that string, it shouldn't only be numbers, is why we have the regular expression. And I don't want it to start with. I just want it to include a single letter. So it can be like 1000 space the letter A, and that's okay. One or more thing that is not a digit, followed by some white space. Is that what we're saying here? Is that Alka's regex? I see. Yeah, the not is inside, meaning match at least one character that is not a digit, followed by white space? What's the S, the /S for? Why we don't just always use IDs? Why did we opt for slugs? Oh, just, I mean, it's so funny because we literally, like, we debated this for hours, and it's like, yeah, we arrived at it based on a lot of discussion. Ultimately, it's because of this. We want to have really nice looking URLs. So instead of like list/7, list/best Thai restaurants in Denver is what we want. So that way, when you share the link with someone, it has a nice URL. Why don't I just update the list in cache instead of making another call to the database? Oh, no, it's not a stupid question. No, because you're right. This is another round trip API request. Because technically, when this is created, instead of re-requesting the whole thing, I could just push this into the array of spots, and that should be fine. But right now, 2 different users can't edit the same list, but I think eventually we could add that feature. And if that's the case, then when you click add, if some other user added a spot as well, when we refresh, you'll see those spots also. If that makes sense. I don't know. I mean, you could go either way. But you are right. We are making a whole new request, which will take slightly longer and use more resources. Oh, I mean, yeah, you're right. We could put the word slug in the URL, but then that's ugly too. Okay, Alka, you're sending a lot of messages, and I don't know if I've done I've done this right. I think so. This seems right to me. I just don't know why we need the /s. Oh, we're already handling empty things with .trim. I see what you're saying, but yeah, that's already handled with this. So if somebody tries to submit space, that will be handled by this validator. It could be 4 space 1, and that's honestly okay, because there will be no ID in the database for space 1. You're nodding. Does that mean I'm doing it right now? But yeah, you're right. Okay. I mean, I haven't even looked into potentially using like React query with this thing, but we could. All right. You accept my reasoning. Great. Great. I'm going to add a little bit of spacing below the save button here. So let's do that. So in the sidebar, yeah, that's the main issue, Beganovich, and we figured it out. I think we arrived at a good solution. That's fine. That's a fine type error. Right here, this is the div that has all of the spots in it. I'm just going to give this a class of margin top 2. So that'll put a little bit of spacing between this div and the button. It's supposed to be like cat jam, but with my dog. But yeah. Okay. Now, now we're at the point. We got. I mean, I don't even remember why we were even. What? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Add the spot. Great, it's in there. And then if we refresh, it does that. We were gonna work on this delete button. Let's just do that, and then I'm gonna call it for today. Well, actually, I want to get this save button working too. We're gonna get these 2 buttons working, and then I'm gonna call it for today. So I like the delete button at the top, and also I actually want to add the logic where this save button doesn't appear unless you've actually made changes. Let's fix that first, because that's why I think these 2 buttons should be separate. Right, like, this delete button will delete the entire list, and then we also do need delete buttons for individual spots, but delete will delete the entire list. Can the save button be at the top? The issue with that is this form is okay. I know a lot of people like don't like that button at the top, so we're gonna put it in the form for now. But that might actually change because. So if this is an existing list, then we want a delete button. Can you add a spot while creating a list not yet saved to the list? No, so that's why we have the whole flow where when you create a new list, it's just name and description. There's no way to add spots yet. You have to actually create it. Now that you've created it, you can add spots to it. That's the flow that we've decided on anyways. All right, so we got that delete button. Let's put some spacing between it and the save button, like that. And then when we click it, we want to delete. So. Let's add a click handler. First of all, we'll make this type button. There's a gap. Can I do like gap 2 or something like that? I can. That's cool. Okay, I'm making this type button because this should not submit the form, whereas this button should submit the form. But this button doesn't submit the form. It will just call a custom function. So on click, we will... Well, okay, this gets into the idea of... I don't just want to immediately delete the list. I want to show like a dialogue of sorts. But to do that, I want this functionality. So right now, if I make some changes for this specific spot, we have this confirmation thing. And I kind of want to pull that into a reusable component. But I don't feel like doing that right now. So I'm going to add myself a task to do in the future. Show, or let's say like extract confirmation button flow into component. And then this is just technical debt. Like if we don't do that, we're going to have a bunch of repeated code everywhere. Yeah, so when I click this, we're just going to straight up delete it with no confirmation. Delete list. And then I'll have a function called delete list that just makes an API request to do that. Right here. And so then this is going to be a fetch. Kind of like this. But we're going to send a delete. I'm going to implement it so it doesn't need a body. We just send a delete request to API list slash some ID. I laugh because we've been working on like making API requests against like a slug, but I want to be able to delete by ID. Yeah. Yeah. No, I wouldn't say Trello is dead. I use it for a ton of stuff. For me, I like Trello for personal projects, stuff like that. It's now actually owned by Jira, which is the more full-featured software, project management software. But for little projects like this, Trello is fine. And then I didn't use GitHub issues GitHub projects because GitHub projects gets fed in by GitHub issues, and I didn't want this to be based on issues because this isn't really an open source project where I want anyone to be able to pick an issue and start coding. Of course I accept pull requests and stuff like that, but mainly everything I do for this app, I want it to be on stream. So even people that have made pull requests, I essentially like re-implement the code that they pull requested so that people can see me do it live. And then you mentioned some other project management system, but I've never heard of it. Yeah, Jira can be pretty cumbersome. My last company used it. So, yeah. Okay. At this point, when we click that delete button, it's going to make an API request, a delete request to API list that, yeah, so Jira acquired Trello. Yeah. And see you later, Sandora Mix. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. So we need to implement this API route. So right now, if I click that button, it should just get a 404 not found because that delete route doesn't exist yet. Delete. Yeah, I mean, it's a JSON parse error because the method doesn't exist. So let's implement it. So in our routes, for the API lists by ID, we want to add a delete method. So right now you can get by ID or get by slug, and we want a delete. Like this. We are going to continue copying this code, which we actually wanted to extract out. So this will make sure that the user is logged in. And then we'll do a try catch. We have a ticket that's that will make us update this. And extract out this because we do this on almost every API route where we make sure that they are logged in, and then we have a error handler. I am not there yet. You can tell I'm 4 hours into stream, which is why I'm taking so many shortcuts. Okay, if this is successful, I actually just want to send back an empty response with a it's like a 201 or whatever status code is for when something gets deleted. We don't need to validate the body. I think really all I need to do here is say delete one with context.params.id. And I'll have to implement that method. And then this will just be like a basic handler context. I think, anyways. I don't need to use issues? All right. Okay. Look, I already, I spent an entire like 3-hour stream adding all of these things to Trello. I'm not going to migrate to GitHub issues. But next project we'll try it. And see you later, Woodsiger. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah. Simplicity. Yeah. No, I know you're just saying, but other people are just saying stuff too. Okay. The thing is just complaining because I need to return a response. We could send back an empty message like this. Cool. Let's implement delete one, and then we'll fix it. I don't want to respond with an empty JSON. I want to respond with no body thing was deleted, whatever that status code is. So in our database queries for the list, we need a delete one function. That takes in the list ID and the user ID. And then we'll do db.delete from, we want to delete from the spot list table where ID is equal to the ID that was passed in. And where the user ID is equal to the user ID that was passed in. User ID, like that. Cool, and then we just execute. Great. Welcome in Cranberry Wine, glad to have you. Why is this complaining? Number or undefined? It's not assigned, well that's fine, it should be defined. 204 no content, that's what we want. Yeah, and like, so I've been working on this project for about 2.5 months, and Prisma was not supported back when we started this thing. It would be nice to try Prisma with Deno. Okay, so we delete one, we turn this thing into a number, pass it in, and then we need to import this from here. Is this telling me it's not exported? Export. There we go. Yeah, it's pretty recent that they added support, so it would be good to try. Context.state.userid. Oh, I see. Never. There should be an empty body. And then we get the user ID, which is a number. Great. All right. How do I do a 204, what was it? 204 response? 204 no content. Prisma data proxy. Is that like a hosted service or something like that? So like you can't talk to a local Postgres? Is that what that is? That's weird if that's what that is. So no body, and then status 204. That's what we want. I did it, Basefti, right before you said it. It's interesting that I guess they have an object with status codes. That's cool. I don't think we're using that. Oh, it's in the standard library. That's cool. We should definitely bring that in. To do, yeah, update all status codes to use this. That's funny. What's up, Standard Robot? Welcome in. Okay. That looks good to me. Export. Save that. And then over here, we'll import it. Import HTTP from dependencies. And then I can do http.status.not modified? 304. No content. 204. Nice. I like that, but there's a million and one places in our code base where we manually are putting status code, so I need to update this like everywhere. Not authorized, or something about authorized. Unauthorized, that's the one. And that should be 401. Yeah. Cool. Let's go ahead and let's add a ticket. It's going to be a technical debt ticket. Update all hard-coded status codes to use http.status. Oh, I guess it's not a bug. It's just technical debt, and it's a chore. Okay. All right, it should work now. And so the way I have the code written is that when you click delete, when you click delete, it redirects back to the dashboard. So if we look here on our edit page, oh, I guess it's in the sidebar. If we look in our islands and then in our sidebar, never mind, it's not in the sidebar, it's in the form. When you click delete, make the request against the API. If it's an OK status code, redirect to the dashboard. Otherwise, show an error on the page. Here we go. Moment of truth. Delete. Man. Okay, let's see what it tried to do here. So it made a delete request against API list/6. It responded with 204 no content. It worked. No, it actually worked. Why is this complaining? Oh, because we were trying to JSON parse the data. Ugh. Man. We literally didn't send back any data, so that makes sense. But at this point, if I refresh this, it should say not found because we deleted it. Great. Let's go delete all of these. Actually, we could add a little delete button on this list page as well. I hesitate because I don't want to copy paste this code. I don't want to copy paste this code to this page. It should be extracted to a common place, and I don't feel like extracting it right now. So yeah, we don't need a delete button on this page. This literally, I cannot delete this because it doesn't have a slug. I probably should just drop my database, but regardless, I can now. Okay, that's really all I wanted to see is that it does. So I can delete. It redirects us back to the home page here. Great. It does have an ID, but we made it so that actually we could update the edit page now. So now that we know that lists can't have that's one thing that I'm gonna update is that because we know that lists cannot have a name that is a number, we can now have an edit page that works by right here. We can have that same logic that does, instead of find one by slug or find, it can decide to find one by slug or ID. What if I just pass in find one? And then if we do find one, or we specify both, we say the slug is that, and then also the ID is that. I guess actually I can do this then. Quick stretch. Redirect back to the directory. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Because I mean, we're redirecting back to the dashboard, which is where you even go to the list. The list of all lists. Oh, we are. Yeah, it redirects back there. ID as number. Like that. If ID as a number is nan, then we want it, otherwise undefined. If ID as a number is nan, then undefined, otherwise ID as number. So we only pass one. One of them, there's probably a better way to do this. But now, if you go to the edit page for the list ID, so actually I don't even know how to figure out what the ID is. Let's find the ID. API lists. The ID is 4 where it has no name. So now, if we go to lists edit /4, not 42, that's the one with no name. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. And now we can delete it. Great. Great. Okay. What did we do? We fixed a couple bugs today. That's awesome. As a list editor, I want to edit all the properties of the list. We're still working on that. As a list viewer, I want a good-looking URL to click on. We said we were going to do that today, and we didn't, but that's okay. As a list creator, I want a link that I can share with others. Wait, what? So someone can walk all the lists? That's not bad. No. Because it... I mean, you're right. They could enumerate the list. Well, no. We still need to add the logic for viewing lists, and that will prevent enumeration if the lists are not published or public. But we haven't implemented that logic yet. The only way you can get to the edit page is if that list was created by you. So the Git handler here... You couldn't have made it to this page unless you were logged in. So it has to find one list that has that ID with your user ID. So we're preventing people from enumerating things that are not their own. Does that make sense? But thank you, Kirax, who says, you found me 2 hours ago and you couldn't leave. I appreciate that. Thank you for sticking around. They can enumerate if it's public and published. And it's not, and then that's not a bad thing, because if it's public or published, then we will have like a search feature where you could find, you can search across any list that has been published. But if they're not logged in and they try to visit a list by ID, if that list is not published or public, they can't see it at all. Yeah, so it should be fine, right? Just nod. It should be fine. It should be all right. The edit button should be disabled. Oh, So I think that's the thing, right? So check it out. Like if I try to go to this page when I'm not logged in, we already handled that in a really bad way. This is a layout bug we didn't fix. But that should be easy enough. The home page needs to have flex direction column. Whew. Layout bug part 3. There we go. So yeah, if you try to go to edit a list that you do not own, and in this case I don't own it because I'm not logged in, then it says unauthorized. Eventually, once we get the viewing working, so something like view best parks in Denver, once we get that working, that's going to have similar logic. In that we're going to query the database for a list that has this slug, and then if that list is not published or public, we throw a not found. Right? Right. Seems fine. I think we're good here. If I make it public, should be in dashboard, or how does the user add it to the list in their dashboard? Yeah, the idea is eventually we will also have a profile, right? So right now we don't have any sort of public profile. But eventually there will be a way to go to like user/me or whatever. And when you go to this page, it'll show all of that user's public list. So I can see which ones they've made available to the public, so I can click on them to view them, if they have been published and they are set to public. So yeah. Attack of the layout bug clones. Yeah, I mean, it was a similar... I think at this point, we've fixed all the layout bugs, but I don't know. We'll see. AK Ninja says, sorry, this is off topic. I have so many technical things to learn, and I don't know where to start. Do you have any advice for that? So I learn on demand. In that, if there's something that I want to do, or something that something I want to get done, I learn it as I go. And I only learn as much as I need. I don't learn everything. So like I didn't spend a whole day reading the fresh documentation. I gradually just did the things that I needed, and then as I ran into issues, I would go back to the docs to see if I could figure out how to fix that issue. And same thing with Deno. Like I didn't just sit here and go read the Deno manual. I mean, it probably wouldn't hurt to read it from start to end, at least at a high level. But that's not how I work. I basically, there's one specific thing that I want to do, so I figure out how to go to do that one specific thing. I don't try to learn everything. Yeah, and I think it's really the most sustainable way to learn things. Now, that said, like the reason that you think you might have so many technical things to learn is like you might be at like a coding boot camp, or you might be wanting to get a job in software or in web development. And so you look at a job post and you see it says you need to know how to do all of these things. And you're wondering like, well, how am I going to figure out how to do all of those things? Practice. So basically like decide to build something, and decide to build something that's going to check all of those boxes and learn on demand. So get all of the things working and then check off those boxes one at a time. That's my advice. Anyways, yeah, repetition will get you there. So basically, I mean, and really what I'm alluding to are portfolio projects. So like if you're trying to teach yourself and you're trying to eventually get a job in web development or software development, you need some sort of portfolio so you can demonstrate that you know how to do the thing. And so all of these projects that are in your portfolio can be how you learned to do those things, and also you showcasing that you know how to do those things. Yeah. I'm not streaming at a higher frame rate, but I fixed my camera last time. So I was running into some frame rate issues. So I fixed it last time. And then this time I fixed my audio issues. So yeah, and then that's a great link as well. So Florin put this together. I think he's accepted pull requests and stuff like that. But basically, this is a GitHub repo that has a ton of app ideas. So and they're listed by difficulty. So they have beginner projects, intermediate projects, and advanced projects. And each one of them, if you go into it, describes like what you should build. It gives you some user stories and bonus features, and then also some potential links and resources on where to get started on how to build that thing. So definitely check this out. Because if you're also if you're also like, okay, I know I need to build something, what do I build? Just pick something, and on it, and like, if you pick something that you're interested in, and it's part of your interest, it's potential that it'll be easier to get the motivation to work on it. But at the end of the day, repetition, practice, that's really the only way you can get good, is just by doing it over and over again. So honestly, like, build 5 or 6 of these things. Not all of these should be, not all these have to be in your portfolio, right? Like, you could work on one of these specifically just because you want to work on certain skills, not because you're trying to build something that goes into your portfolio. So like, that's another piece of advice as well, is that you might build 1 or 2 like basic projects that you're not super proud of, but that got the iteration, that got you practicing and getting used to that thing, and then you can decide, all right, I'm going to build a really cool thing, and that's what's going to be in my portfolio, and you can use everything that you learned before. But there's no replacing practice, repetition. Like, the only reason I'm as good as I am today, I mean, if you can call me good, like, we fixed some bugs today. I'm working in this large code base today, but I mean, the only reason I'm able to do that is because I've been doing it for so long, and I've worked in so many different code bases, and I've fixed so many issues, and now that's just the process. So like, what you saw me do here today this is how I code on the job as well, for the most part. Usually I'll have like a project manager, and they'll tell me what I need to be working on, that kind of thing. I don't know. Yeah, I guess that's true. People used to pay me to code, so I'm good enough to get paid to code. Yeah. No, exactly, because that's the other thing. Like, if you start out, like, you're completely new to coding and web development, and you're like, yeah, I want to build the next social network or the next Facebook. You gotta walk before you run, right? I feel like I've used a lot of cliches today, but yeah, you got to build the small things before you can build the big things. Yeah. And the learning material we can use to start improving is from the Deno manual. No, I would say the learning material comes from a lot of different places. So there are certain aspects of working on a Deno app where you'll find it in the Deno manual. But then there are other aspects that aren't Deno problems, are actually like JavaScript or TypeScript problems. And there are other resources for that. And then there are other issues you'll run into that aren't specific to JavaScript, TypeScript, or Deno. They're specific to some library or framework that you're using. And then each one of those would have their own documentation. So, for example, Fresh, which is the framework we're using, has its documentation, but we are also using this stuff here, which is Preact, and it has its own documentation. And then what are some other libraries we were using today? We were using Bootstrap today, which has its own documentation. And really, that is like modern development in a way. It's like you're using a bunch of other libraries and tools and like putting them all together. But yeah. So, yeah, in this case, the learning material, it is the documentation for all of the various things that I'm using. Okay, I'm going to go now. I've been live for almost 5 hours. This has been fun, though. We got some work done. We moved 2 bug tickets into the done column, and technically we're still working on these tickets. But if you want to take a look at the code that we worked on today, you can find it over on GitHub. And then this video that just happened will be uploaded to YouTube. There's all the past episodes where I was working on this same app. And if you follow the archive channel, all of the Twitch VODs get uploaded there as well. Though, you can watch the VODs here on Twitch as well. I need a command that'll take you here. But if you go to this URL, This has all of the VODs from the past 60 days. So immediately when this stream is over, you can go watch the stream from the beginning if you really want to. It's this one here. You can go there. Yeah. And thank you for your questions. Thanks for hanging out. You can check my stream schedule here. And right now, I don't have any streams scheduled for this coming week, but I will update it either Sunday or Monday. And it's possible that I actually will go live either tomorrow or Sunday, because my fiance is out of town and I have nothing better to do. So I might actually go live. Maybe I'll do some chill streams. Maybe we'll play some games. I need to work on my IRL backpack. Maybe I'll do that. There's various things. I might just go live and hang out. So if you join the Discord, you'll get notified if I go live. I also have a mailing list. If you join that, I have a go live list that I send a message to as well. I think that's it. Let's get out of here, everybody. Let's go on a raid. If you want to use the raid messages, if you're a sub, you can use this raid message. Take care, Limo. See ya, Alka. Thank you for hanging out with me. If you're not a sub, you can use that raid message. Also, you can come up with your own raid message. Let's do it. Let's get out of here. I don't think I showed you all this scene. For those of you that are newer to the stream, this is a scene that I set up yesterday and today. And I know the audio is slightly quieter. I'm going to work on that as well. Yeah. So, wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful... this camera. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this. Thank you, CM Griffin. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate you. All right, have a good one, everyone. Enjoy White Panther. They're great. Apparently, they're doing like a raid-a-thon. I think they're the last one in a chain of a bunch of raids that happen. But we're gonna go over there and have a bunch of fun. Be sure to use that raid message. Here we go. Here we go.